The barcode that I spoke about is also on your desks printed. So just please open your smartphones, scan it. There should be a link popping up. Double click on that and then you'll see the details that you need to capture as part of the event. Thank you. good now.
Oh, we sorted.
Okay, start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good morning.
Morning.
Hello, can we settle down, please? Can we settle down, please? Ladies and gentlemen, the moment, the hour that we've all been waiting for has arrived. And I understand that some of you have been waiting for this moment since early this morning. My name is Joseph Sakoneka. I am the Property Sector Transformation Fund Manager, and I would like to take this opportunity just to make a few opening remarks, and after that we'll follow the program. Ndimacheroni, Goeiemorgen, Dumelang, Avusheni, Molweni. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is history in the making. This is the very first time that the industry, the government, and the regulator of the sector gets to be engaged in a dialogue to discuss issues that pertain to the sector, and I'm hoping that we're going to have an insight-packed engagement, and I cannot wait. With those words, I would like to welcome the acting CEO to take the podium. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, to the Master of Ceremonies, Honorable Minister of Human Settlement, Mmamoloko Kubayi, the Chairperson of the Board, Mr. Stephen Ngubeni, board members, CEOs of our sister entities, PPRA management and staff, our various esteemed industry stakeholders, Dumelang. I am Tato Ramaidi, the acting CEO of the PPRA. Today, gathered in this distinguished assembly, I am reminded of the profound words of Barack Obama. Change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change we seek. It is with great pleasure that I stand before you today as we embark on this groundbreaking In Conversation with the Minister and Property Practitioners event. This is a moment to celebrate the progress we have made as the PPRA and also to address the challenges that persist within our entity. I want to emphasize as we are committed to transparency and want to ensure that you, our valued stakeholders, are fully informed about what steps we are taking to overcome the issues that have plagued us for far too long. Together, as a united force, we are dedicated to serving you to the best of our abilities. First and foremost, I want to share some remarkable news. The enforcement of educational standards, as mandated by the regulations, has been a resounding success. As of June 30th, we witnessed an exceptional response from nearly 1,000 practitioners who honored our request and took the exam. This achievement is a testament not only to our unwavering commitment to regulate and professionalize the sector, but importantly, to safeguarding of the interest of the public, you. In our pursuit of excellence, we are working closely with our new CFO to address irregular expenditures and ensure compliance and procurement regulations. By doing so, we will enhance our financial integrity and foster a culture of accountability within the organization, which will greatly benefit our stakeholders. To embrace the future, the PPRA is embarking on a transformative journey. We are working on developing a comprehensive digital transformation strategy with a 5-year implementation plan. This strategy will enable us to leverage technology to enhance our business management processes, aligning our operations with our goals, mission, and vision. Amidst the challenges we face, it is important to acknowledge the ongoing strike by the National Education, Health and Allied Workers Union, NEHAWU. We remain confident that a settlement will be reached soon. But in the meantime, we continue to deliver exceptional customer service, even with limited staff. Furthermore, I am thrilled to announce the initiation of the PPRA candidacy program on the 3rd of July this year. The candidacy program is a crucial important component of our transformation and empowerment programs, mandated by Section 21, subsection 3 of the Property Practitioners Act 22 of 2019. Through this program, we are equipping 75 learners across the country with the necessary skills and knowledge to obtain their principal property practitioners or PPP status. This initiative demonstrates our unwavering commitment to nurturing talent and promoting diversity within the industry. In our quest to achieve global excellence, we have established the Property Sector Research Center in collaboration with the National Research Foundation earlier this year. This center will forge strategic partnerships with esteemed institutions like WITS, UCT, UJ, TUT, and VUT to conduct both fundamental and applied research. The insights gained from this research will allow us to enhance our services to property practitioners and consumers alike, and to influence policy making on regional, national, and global scales. Before I conclude, I'd like this opportunity to introduce our C-suite. We've heard your cries over the years saying that we as the PPRA hide behind generic emails, i.e. registrations at ppra.gov.za, queries at ppra.org.za, but that will cease to exist today. So I'd like to introduce you to our new chiefs so that you know who are the responsible person behind your queries, so that you can hold us accountable, that you can hold me accountable. I am looking for them, but as I call out their names, if they can just rise so that the industry can see who you are. We have recently appointed the COO, who is Dr. Manqoba Soni. I don't see where he's sitting. We also have CFO, Mr. Evert Potgieter. Yeah, okay. Please come this way, if you can. So, colleagues, this is the progress that we've made in making sure that the vacuum that existed has now been filled. We've also got the CIO, Mr. Kamal Pillay. Okay, come on stage. Okay. And then we've also got the CSSO, the Chief Corporate Services Officer, Mr. Jonathan Tekiso. Thank you. So next time, colleagues, when you are emailing me, which you do quite a lot, I want you to know that these are the responsible people, and we will then cascade it down to our subordinates. But we are here to serve you. In conclusion, I would like for us to reflect again on the words of Barack Obama. Change will not magically appear by waiting for someone else or some other time. We, as a collective force, compromising of the department, the board, management, and staff members, are the catalysts for change within the PPRA. It is our responsibility to bring about the transformation necessary to position ourselves among the most progressive state-owned entities in our great nation. I extend my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for your unwavering support and dedication. Together, let us embark on this transformative journey, shaping the future of the PPRA and the property industry at large. I thank you. I'd like to extend an invitation to the chairperson of the board, at this time, Mr. Stephen Ngubeni. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting CE, Tato. Good morning, Minister. And good morning, management executives, and good morning, board members, and most importantly, practitioners. I'm sitting down there with the minister and the team, the C-suite, she called it, is introduced. And I wanted to dig myself a hole. Fortunately, I didn't have any pick. I wanted to do so because the minister is saying, are they all men? It was a rhetoric question because the answer was obvious. So I felt it is necessary that perhaps I state it here up front to say that given the challenges that are facing the organization, at least as we inherited it, and the response to the invitation for people to apply for these important positions, the risk that will have to be borne with taking the deployment of this nature. This is the best we could do. So ordinarily, we wouldn't want to promote the appointment of an elderly boys' choir, because we know South Africa is largely female and young. So we would love to respond to that. So just to stabilize the organization, maybe we must help these gentlemen into their pension as they contribute their last breath, reforming the PPRA. So please, on that lighter note, pardon us and understand the situation that we are charged with. It's very difficult to speak, especially having noted this particular observation, to speak after a female CEO who is very eloquent, energetic, and capable. And knowing that very soon my boss, who is equal to the task, who is also female, is going to speak, it becomes therefore very difficult for me to speak and to waste your time. So I want to give all the space to the minister as she comes to address you. But there are a few things that I thought I must highlight before I take my seat and I join the boys' choir that was here and listen to the women as they lead us. The first issue I want to talk about is the June 30th deadline. I want you to applaud yourself and congratulate yourself for having responded so positively to that deadline as practitioners. Many of you responded to the call and came and wrote their exams so that you are in good standing. So for that, I really want to say, on behalf of the board, thank you for heeding our call, and you deserve a round of applause. I wanted to announce the results, but I was advised that no, marking is not done yet. You know, it's got its own processes of quality checks and so on. I've never been involved in such. In my entire life, I've always been a student, but I've never really sat on the other side. So I don't know what it entails. And those who know, they told me that there is some moderation that must be done, quality checks before the results are announced. But we are quite confident that majority of you, given your experience, given your expertise, you have made it, you have passed, and we will become a proper industry. There's an issue of illegal practitioners. They are an infestation. I understand that because I know that it's very painful to be registered, to subject yourself to the law, and yet there is someone who is operating in a clandestine manner next door, making the same, if not more, money than you are making. And yet you are here, a very obedient citizen, law-abiding. We are regulating you, and sometimes we are too harsh on you. And yet we are not doing anything with those that are illegal. So we've taken a resolve to say we're going to pay special attention to those people, and we are going to launch a very aggressive campaign against them. We hope for your assistance. We hope for your support. The Act empowers us not to only focus on you as registered practitioners, but to also focus on them as illegals. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to exercise that power and authority given to us by the legislation to pounce on everyone that is out there. But we are also going to encourage them to come and join the party. We're going to say to them, this is the right way of doing business. Come, register, candidacy, recognition of prior learning, become an estate agent, become a property practitioner, pay your dues, observe the laws, and you can do business. Because we do want them to register. We are not trying to close them outside. So we have sort of had a discussion on granting some sort of amnesty and say to these people, come. We are not going to look at what your sins were. I'm a Christian, so it's a moment of reckoning. When you come at this particular point in time, you confess your sins. And you also admit that the PPRA is your savior. You shall be granted forgiveness, and you'll be allowed to practice. So that's what we're intending to do, but it's a matter that we're taking quite serious. So indeed, we are hoping for your assistance and support in that regard. The transformation issues, I know that this is a serious thorn in the eye. It's the first thing that you spoke to us when we arrived in the industry to regulate, and you told us that, look, transformation is the imperative. It's the, if not the most important mandate that was given to us, even by the minister, to focus on Chapter 4 of the legislation to deal with transformational issues. This issue is so important. This issue is so important that registration fees and annual fees that you must pay for you to remain an agent in those estates. We spoke to you when we met with you in Kempton Park. Those of you who were there, we made a commitment that we are going to be dealing with those people quite aggressively. And the process has begun. We have started communicating with them, telling them what we think is not right. But fortunately, South Africa is not just a banana republic, so there are laws to abide by. So we are following legal procedures to deal with the problems that we are facing. But we have also started to involve the Competitions Commission, because we believe some of these practices are not competitive, that they are very limiting, that they are monopolistic in nature. So we want them to come on board and to also help us open the doors for all of you to sell wherever you want to sell. So if you are an estate agent in Sentin and you are tired of selling for the big people and the rich, the who is who in Sentin, and you want to go and sell in Mamelodi, nobody should stop you. You should be able to go there and say, here in Mamelodi, I see an opportunity. I see that people are beginning to build houses for their parents. They are beginning to invest in their townships, and therefore there's an opportunity for us to make money. We want to participate also. You should be allowed to go and do business there. And the vice versa is true. Finally, I want to talk about the regulations. I'm indirectly responding to the minister. So, since the passing of the legislation, the Property Practitioners Regulatory Act, we've equally had regulations passed, but we've encountered a lot of problems. We've been discussing with you on the sides about limitations on the regulations and things that perhaps were excluded by mistake and things that needs to be added there. We have since done some work. We now have a draft of the new regulations that we want to go and present before the minister. Part of our responsibility as a board is to advise the minister on the change of legislation, to advise her on the regulation change as it pertains to our industry. And we have started with that process. And it will be a process that will be subjected to your inputs and your advice, by and large. We are not going to impose anything as usual. We are going to allow you to dictate to us how the industry should be regulated. But those issues that we were concerned about, things that were making it difficult for us to do business, we have sort of highlighted them, and we hope that there will be more that you will give to us so that we are able to advise the minister. So with those few remarks, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to first and foremost express my appreciation, and on behalf of the board, and I am sure that I can speak on behalf of the industry, to the minister, and say to her, indeed, we are doing things differently. We never thought there will be an opportunity where the minister makes time to come and meet in the entire country with all the practitioners of the real estate industry. So we really appreciate that an opportunity just to speak to you, Minister, to say whatever we want to say with respect, and to also criticize if we want to, the board, to criticize the PPRA. We are very much appreciative of that gesture, Minister. We think that it is very important, and it is a characteristic of a democratic government, and we are proud of you. You emulate a leader in that context. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I will stop right here and allow the chair to come and deal with his business. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing with our program. So the next speaker is going to be talking to us about the new legislation that governs the industry. As you are well aware that we have a new legislation called the Property Practitioners Act number 22 of 2019. This replaced the erstwhile Estate Agency Affairs Act number 112 of 1976. And just for your information, I know you are well aware of this, there's 40 more sections that you need to read, unlike in the previous Estate Agency Affairs Act where we only had 37 sections. And the 40 additional sections in the Act were introduced to cater for the changes in the sector to ensure that the legislation is reflective of what is currently the landscape in the space. Now, before we continue, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our sister entities. I'm not going to mention you by name. You know yourselves, the CEOs from those entities and your delegates. We also want to acknowledge the presence of the voluntary trade organizations, most of whom are represented by the National Property Practitioners Council, NPPC. We also acknowledge that not every property practitioner belongs to these voluntary associations. Those of you that are here in their individual capacity, we acknowledge you. We acknowledge the presence of PPI, the Property Practice Institute, IENSA, SAIPA, and more importantly, our property practitioners. We also would like to acknowledge the presence of Services CETA that is also in the house. Next up, we're going to have Advocate Deborah Val to come and talk to us about the new Property Practitioners Act. And immediately after her, we're going to have some entertainment, because I'm sure after she speaks, it's not going to be your fault if you feel like you are in a law school. It's because she'll be talking about legislative matters. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Advocate Deborah Val. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. All protocols observed. Honourable Minister, Chairperson of the Board, members of the Board, the honoured guests that we have, including the CEOs of our sister organisations and colleagues from those organisations, perhaps the most important of all, property practitioners, our stakeholders, and all our visitors. We welcome you, and it's my great pleasure and honour as one of the junior female choir from the PPRA to be able to speak to you for a little while on an overview of the new Property Practitioners Act. You will know that the property industry in some part has been regulated for many years. And we step back for a moment into history to recall the 1976 apartheid-era legislation which regulated estate agents and business brokers, or those who sold business enterprises. You will recall also, let me move my, there we go, to the next slide. You will recall also that by regulation, the Minister included in the definition of estate agents those managing agents who managed sectional title schemes, particularly body corporates and share block schemes. This created some difficulty. We were never sure exactly which managing agents fell into that category and which didn't, and it was even more confusing for many of you. Nevertheless, we are so pleased, proud and excited to be part of the rolling in of the Property Practitioners Act, which resolves many of the issues and shortcomings which we found in that old legislation. Of course, included in the Property Practitioners Act particularly, and of great importance, is the question of transformation, which now empowers us as a regulator to be part of an exciting change in the entire landscape of property in our country. I'm going to discuss a couple of the changes in detail in a moment, but just to touch on a few. First of all, we will find in our transformation legislation reference not only, and as has been mentioned, to the Transformation Fund, also reference to a research centre which is created to assist all of us, as well as the passing in the legislation of certain undesirable activities which acted as roadblocks for transformation previously. And we are pleased, as our Honourable Chairman has indicated, to be part of ensuring that those provisions of the Act are enforced and put into place with the help of our sister entities. Also included in our Act is exemptions, something new which we didn't have under the old Act. Section 4 allows for exemptions to be granted as against certain criteria, and in terms of those exemptions, we have the opportunity to allow previously disadvantaged individuals to work while they become compliant. So that is a great step forward. We are very pleased to be able to be involved with that process. We also find that our new Act enhances many of the duties as well as the capabilities of the PPRA. We, in becoming a regulator for so many more industries, now find that we regulate the vast majority of operators within the property practitioner industry. And in doing so, the new Act provides for us to ensure that we are consultative, that we embrace a phase of consultation with the regulators and the property practitioners themselves, so that we can know what you need, we can know how we can work together to achieve the goals of the legislation. Also, we have enhanced processes for such areas as inspections, which you will know we didn't have until the new Act came into being, and we'll touch on that in a moment in a little more detail. Also, we have in new powers as far as dispute resolution is concerned, even between property practitioners, which we did not have previously. This obviously is something that we can use to be of service to all our stakeholders. And of course, for me as the Fidelity Fund Claims Manager at the PPRA, very close to my heart is the protection that is afforded to the Property Practitioners Fidelity Fund, first of all by the capping of claims by value, and secondly by the fact that we pay claims now in terms of the legislation where property practitioners who committed some form of misconduct which led to the loss that is covered by the Fidelity Fund having to have been in possession of a Fidelity Fund certificate which was valid at the time of the offence which is involved. Now, that is, of course, a two-edged sword. Part of our duty, then, is to ensure that we educate consumers, we inform consumers, we empower them so that they know the benefits of having somebody who is well qualified, somebody who has a Fidelity Fund certificate and is compliant in doing their business and advising them so that they are protected at all times. We'll delve a little more deeply into some of the aspects which I have mentioned, and particularly we'll start off with the PPA coming into effect on the 1st of February of 2022. It was in fact signed into law on the 19th of September of 2019, but with the regulations becoming ready on that date, they both became effective on the 1st of February of 2022. And as indicated, we have, as a result, a new regulator. We take over as the PPRA, the administration of the old Fidelity Fund under the Estate Agents Board, and we are now the Property Practitioners Fidelity Fund, which is an entity which the PPRA administers. A large component of property practitioners is now included within the auspices of the legislation and under the regulation of the PPRA. And in fact, we'll go on to see that there are 12 industries that we now manage. And as we roll out these provisions in the Act relating to all of those industries, we are confident that we will be of great service both to consumers as well as practitioners as we regulate these industries. The regulatory mandate which we have also includes transformation, as we've mentioned before, and one aspect which I'd like to mention in particular, which made many of us very pleased to have worked with the old legislation, is the new legislation relating to discrimination within our industry. And provisions in Section 50 of the Act require that no Fidelity Fund certificate be issued to any property practitioner who wishes to operate, who has previously been found guilty of any form of discrimination. And that is whether it's within their operations as a property practitioner or in any other area of their life. And that is very important to us. We didn't have those powers under the old Act, and we found ourselves very often being faced with a situation where we did not feel that somebody, as a result of certain activities, should be part of us. But we had no legislative backing in order to prevent that. And we are pleased that this is now included in the new legislation. The new regulator's mandate also includes vast inspection powers, which is very important to us. You may recall that the provision under the old EA Act was declared unconstitutional by our courts, and as a result, we have for some years not had inspection powers. The reason for the unconstitutionality was serious, and we are very pleased to advise that the new Act solves that problem. It not only protects all the rights of property practitioners in relation to constitutional matters, but it also allows us inspection powers in order to do what our chair mentioned, which is to aggressively take on those who operate illegally in our field. We also, under the new Act, have various provisions relating to consumer education and protection. And very important here is, first of all, the fact that no commission may now be paid to any property practitioner by a conveyancer or attorney unless that person produces a valid and current Fidelity Fund certificate, which means that it's that much more difficult for those illegal fly-by-night property practitioners who wish to simply abuse and take advantage of our consumers from being able to operate in the industries. We also have disclosure forms which have been put in place in the regulations so that those who buy, sell, those who rent, lease, are in a position to fully disclose the aspects of the property in question to those interested parties. And I mentioned previously exemptions. Apart from the application for exemption, which we are permitted to have, we also have the opportunity to ensure that anybody who wishes to may apply for an exemption from a trust account. Now, you will remember that under the old Act, and in fact under Section 54 of the new Act, all property practitioners are required to have a trust account, which is opened within their name and which is designated as a trust account in terms of Section 54(1) of the Act. Now, there is also the provision for those property practitioners who do not handle trust monies to apply for an exemption from that requirement. Now, this is not only important for all property practitioners who have found it expensive to have a trust account which they simply didn't use, but specifically for transformation. We find that new and emerging property practitioners are able to come into the industry without having to bear in mind and make provision for the cost of auditing every single year of their trust account, which is extremely expensive. So that will assist emerging practitioners to come into the industry. And we are very pleased about that. We will move on then to the next slide, which indicates property practitioners which we regulate. And you will see that these are the 12 industries which we now have to take under our wings. We have to ensure that we have education, CPD, and all regulatory needs available for these industries to be served and for them to operate properly. These include attorneys' employees, and attorney employees are those who are employed by attorneys whose work constitutes almost exclusively or materially of property practitioner activities which arise within the scope of the practice of the legal person or the lawyer. Secondly, auctioneers, I think that's self-explanatory. Bond and bridging finance originators, those who are in the industry will be familiar with them. Business brokers are also included. They were also under the old Act. They retained in the new Act. Developers, and I can mention that this relates to developers particularly who sell, market, lease, rent their own properties. Developers who use registered and licensed estate agents or property practitioners to do it on their behalf need not register with us and are not included in the Act. But where they proceed and actually carry out property practitioner activities themselves, they then fall within our regulation. Estate agents, of course, homeowners associations, and you will see it as those who perform property practitioner activities. So not all homeowners associations will be included there, but certainly those who involve themselves for benefit in the sale, management, letting, rental, etc. of properties will find themselves having to be registered and licensed by the PPRA. Managing agents, and interestingly enough, there is a definition of managing agents in the regulations, and the property which they manage has its own expanded definition in the regulations, and it includes any duties, rights, etc. associated with property. So it's quite a wide definition. Payment processing agents, this is a new animal which the Act brings into being. And these are those who register as property practitioners but who provide payment processing platforms for other property practitioners who don't wish to hold a trust account. They may use these practitioners instead. Where they have trust monies coming in, they need to go directly to payment processing agents, and there are a number of requirements which these agents have to comply with in order to safeguard those trust monies. Property advertising platforms are also under our regulation now, as well as property facilitators and intermediaries. And I pause here just before I finish to mention that this is quite difficult for many practitioners. We've had many asking, what does that include? Do I fall into that category? I am a property portfolio manager. Does this include me? And what we've said all along and continue to say is that not much is in a name when it comes to property facilitation and intermediaries. It depends on what you do. And if you perform property practitioner activities as defined in Section 1 of the Act, then you will find that you fall within that category. But we are open and very happy to have any of you approach us to find out and make sure if you have any doubts. And then finally, we have the timeshare and fractional ownership practitioners who are also brought within our realm. This is important because it was a completely unregulated area of the property sector previously. That, ladies and gentlemen, Honourable Minister and all our honoured guests, is a brief overview of the new Act and regulations which we have. We are excited to be doing our part in implementing it, and we are confident that it will be a watershed time in our country's history as we proceed to change the property landscape, both for consumers as well as for practitioners. And we are very honoured to be part of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Advocate Val, for that insightful presentation. And I hope that we now know if you are part of the family of 12 or not under the wing of the PPRA. And hopefully you will also, more importantly, take advantage of the transformative provisions of the new Property Practitioners Act. With that said, we're now going to be entertained. We are going to welcome the choir, and after that, the chair of the board will give us guidance. Thank you. gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you so much to the choir. Let's give them another round of applause. And I think the serenation was actually important for cerebral rejuvenation, because when you are in an environment where we are dealing with legal issues, we need to be contained so that we can keep this as a well-oiled machine, right? So up next is me. Right? So we are going to talk transformation, ladies and gentlemen. And I have 30 minutes, and I'm going to make sure that I stick to the time and make sure that we obviously stick to the program. And we will immediately after that take a break, and after that we'll continue with the program. So jumping straight into the transformation, I just want to pause here and draw your attention to this very first slide that actually has the logo of the PPRA, Human Settlement, and South Africa in the middle. This is symbolic because as the PPRA, working in collaboration with our ministry, we're working so hard to build one nation, and that is South Africa. Now, if we look at the demographics in this country, and this is what I call statistical truth. And this statistical truth is supposed to help us make informed strategic decisions as to what are we going to do moving forward to build the one nation that I spoke about. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is evident from the slide in front of you that black people or black Africans make up 81% of the population makeup in this country. And you can see the split. This is coming from Stats SA, and this is a well-known fact to everyone in this country. Now, if we split this further from a province point of view, we can see that the majority of this country sits in Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal being the second, and then Western Cape. This slide is very important for us to take note of, because you will see that also in terms of the real estate transactions, this is clearly mapped out in terms of which province has got most real estate transactions and which one is second, third, and obviously all the other remote provinces. So, ladies and gentlemen, in contrast to the statistics that we've looked at just now from a population point of view, we then took a deeper look at our industry, almost 3 decades into democracy. Unfortunately, our industry is the most untransformed sector. So these statistics here are coming from the PPRA annual report, and you will see that white people own the lion's share of the sector. And the balance is all the black people, as the chair indicated to us that when we say black, we are actually referencing the definition as prescribed. This is just to graphically demonstrate how wide the gap it is between the black and the white. From those that are owning the industry, we call them principal property practitioners. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can see that these are the 2021 statistics compared to 2020, and we intentionally drew these stats from the annual report of 2021 compared to 2020, because in 2022, you are well aware that there was a change where we had to switch from being called the Estate Agents Affairs Board to be called the Property Practitioners Regulatory Authority, and there were 2 sets of annual reports that needed to be presented. We didn't want to obviously distort the picture, not that anything significant has actually changed, but we just thought that just to make it easy for you to digest how wide the gap it is between blacks and whites in terms of the real estate sector. So we thought we should also include this particular slide here, because not only is the gap wide in the one category, it is actually wide in all the three categories of people joining the sector. And as you know, we call them candidate property practitioners, and those that are in operations, or what we refer to as full status property practitioners, and ultimately the principals. So the gap is wide in all the three categories that we have. Now, we then asked ourselves, what is it that the PPRA, or what I like to call PAPRA, is supposed to actually do from a legislative point of view? So PPRA's legislative mandate, ladies and gentlemen, is in the Act. However, we've defined this legislative pillars just to help us remind ourselves as to what we stand for. And we thought that the abbreviation RPT, for repeat, would actually help everybody to remember exactly why does this entity exist. We are here to regulate, protect the consumer, and more importantly, as you can see, it's in bold and in bigger font, transformation. We need to transform the sector whereby currently just over a quarter of the entire sector comprises of black people. We thought that let's also draw your attention as to where exactly in the Act should you, after this session, go and read to see exactly what we're supposed to be doing to respond to the statistics that I just shared with you. So if you look at Chapter 4, particularly Section 21, we've got 4 programs we're supposed to be running. The first one being principalization. And this is where, ladies and gentlemen, we're intending to get people that are prospecting of becoming principal property practitioners to be assisted in terms of meeting the education and training requirements. Regularization, the chair spoke about people that are doing business in a clandestine way. We welcome those to actually come and join the formal space of doing business. We also are cognizant of the fact that we need to educate the consumer, because you, ladies and gentlemen, are aware that consumers are the ones that are obviously granting mandates out there, so they need to know exactly what is it that we're doing as the PPRA to respond to the transformation challenges. And lastly, we have to undertake a work readiness program. This is where some of you are well aware that we have a program called One Learner, One Property Practitioner Youth Program. I'll speak to that just now. And more importantly, if you also look at Section 20, subsection 3, we are supposed to then, once those people have qualified, we then need to make sure that then how do we help them to scale to become national brands? Because there's no point of getting people to be principals, but then they can't actually run meaningful businesses. Because we've noted with great concern that the question is not whether black people do join the sector, but the problem is, why are they not growing? And that's the question that we really seek to answer. Now, in response to all the challenges that I've just indicated to yourselves, we are running a candidacy program, and this program is in response to the principalization program. There is a service provider appointed called MILZET by Services SETA, because Services SETA is the one that is actually doing the funding of the program. These are the people that are aspiring to be principals, so we're hoping that in the next 6 months, we'll be graduating these people to go and run their own businesses. Because these people are dispersed in the different provinces in the country. We're not only just having physical sessions where we are facilitating this training, we're also getting them to obviously join virtually. Now the question is, what are they saying so far? So this is what they actually said to us, just to keep us obviously going. These are just words of encouragement from some of them. The other program that we're intending to do, as I indicated, that there's no point of getting people qualified, but then you don't obviously help them to grow. We have to actually run an SMME incubation program. This is basically informed by Section 20, subsection 3D of the new Property Practitioners Act. And the thinking here really is to say the PPRA seeks to appoint or select 25 SMMEs to try and empower them, given what they need to actually scale, like I indicated, that we're intending to get them to become national brands. So one of the things that we are obviously, thank you. We are cognizant of the fact that you need an office space to actually run your business. You need to obviously advertise your property stock. You need office equipment, marketing using other platforms such as these ones obviously cost money. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we also, as I indicated, we're supposed to be doing consumer awareness. What we are saying here is be on the lookout on our website to see what are the planned consumer awareness activities so that you don't miss out on the conversation between ourselves and the industry at large. Now, the other thing that we also are doing is to basically, as I indicated, to continue running the work readiness program called the One Learner, One Property Practitioner Youth Program. And you can see that these are obviously the young people in the different provinces aged between 18 to 35. And this is one of the principles that is actually helping us to obviously drive the process. These young people are scattered in the whole of South Africa with the exception of Northern Cape. So we are active in 8 provinces, but not in Northern Cape. However, recently we visited them and Rawson put up their hand and they're going to be helping us to then, have presence there. So if you are asking from a statistical point of view, because we understand numbers matter in this industry, we currently have about 358 learners across the 8 provinces, as I indicated. However, we're intending to grow this number subject to availability of resources. Now, ladies and gentlemen, transformation is what everybody talks about. Transformation does not have to be an emotive issue in the context of South Africa, given where we come from. However, I've found that transformation gets to be reduced to a mere conversation, not even informed by any action to move it forward. So we've done a study and we are continuing to obviously take stock of what is happening in the space, and these are some of the things that we've actually sort of unearthed to say what are some of the barriers of entry or transformation initiatives. Lack of funding. Without money, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot do much. We can have all these beautiful programs that we keep talking about, but we need funding to back them all up. The other thing that we spoke about is lack of access to property stock. There's no point in getting qualified if you're not going to have access to stock, because then you're not a sustainable business. The thorny issue that we also picked up is this high marketing costs, because as you know, there are existing property portals where you're supposed to market your stock. Otherwise, then nobody knows about what you are actually selling. We've actually then learned that there are high costs that need to be paid for the stock to be put on those portals. We are definitely doing something about this, and we'll obviously communicate to the sector. We also learned that the terms of reference that are issued by many public entities are not necessarily favorable to small, medium enterprises. Things like mandatory subcontracting by the big companies is not what we see often. Or if they are, they're not clearly defined and at most confusing. There is also a lack of qualified mentors to impart the skills, because mentorship is very important in this industry. And as you have observed until now, it's a highly regulated industry where you need to really know what you're doing. So we found that there are not a lot of people that are qualified willing to take on our learners to train them. Often when we approach established businesses, we get told that we can only take one of your learners, we can't do more than that. And that presents a challenge in terms of us closing the gap that I highlighted at the beginning of the presentation. Now, the other thing that we also observed, because we believe that transformation is a multifaceted conversation. You've got a property practitioner, but you also have members of the public that are supposed to be granting mandates. There's no point in us getting these people to be qualified, but they don't get given mandates by the members of the public. We've sadly observed that the public do not necessarily trust newcomers, and we understand why. Because if you've worked for such a long time to come up with the investment that you've put in your property, you're not going to give it to what sometimes the newbies are called fly-by-nights. So it's very important that we continue to educate, which is why we're going all around the country to conduct consumer awareness roadshows to make sure that then we can actually then confirm to the members of the public that as long as a person is properly qualified, and this is how you check whether a person is qualified, they can certainly then trust that person to then start and conclude a transaction. So ladies and gentlemen, with those words, this is where I would like to leave this conversation, but more importantly, leave you with these wise words that Rome was not built in one day. So finally, Lao then says, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. This is one of the many. Chair, take us to the next step. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. I feel like a Caesar now. Ladies and gentlemen, we have decided that we are not going to break for tea simply because we started a bit late. So we can just have the minister and then we can proceed to lunch. So allow me to introduce to you one of the youngest and the most dynamic ministers. You know, Minister, I didn't tell you this, I must tell you in public. There's a guy that requested me to ask you to come and address a forum. And then I indicated to him that you were not available. I said, is there any other that you would like me to invite? He says, no, I want that only dynamic one. So it's nothing, it's not me, it's something that I've learned out there. Let me introduce to you Minister Kubayi. She is no newcomer in the cabinet. She is no newcomer in the government issues. She has been a minister for quite a number of portfolios. She has also acted in some of the portfolios, but we know that she acted as the Minister of Health at some point when we were faced with some serious challenges in the country. And she was also the Minister of Technology, which is the reason why she now is a new convent, and she speaks a lot about technology. Maybe she thought we don't know that. But she has now been our minister for quite some time, and we were appointed by her directly. We were not inherited from the previous minister. So if we do anything wrong, it's all on her. She is the one that must carry that responsibility squarely. But we hope that she is happy with the work that we're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome Minister Kubayi, a round of applause.
Thank you very much. I'm going to battle. I need to put my iPad on. Can I remove this one? Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Acknowledgement of the program director who's been running the program. Acknowledgement of the chairperson of the board, Mr. Stephen Ngobeni. Members of the board of PPRA present. The acting CEO, Mrs. Tato Ramaili. Chairperson of the Institute of Estate Agents South Africa, Mr. Ivan Nethley. Property Practice Institute, Mr. Hauta Mahomani, who's the chairperson as well there. chairpersons of NPCC, Ribosa industry bodies, CEOs of entities who are here, real estate company principals, business leaders in the property sector. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. The meeting we are having today is quite long overdue. And I realized after I've joined the portfolio since 2021, I had not had an all-industry engagement, and that's why I requested the PPRA to facilitate this, because I've been having engagement with one or two individuals and companies directly, but I felt this platform is important. But again, as I was receiving feedback of how they've been coordinating this, both the CEO and the board chairperson raised an issue that there were quite a number of people who wanted to be here and couldn't be here. So I have committed myself beyond today to have more conversation. So I will avail myself. I've committed that to the chairperson and the CEO. They will coordinate. And as they say, we can utilize technology, or as I move into provinces, so that we can focus on the issues at that particular area. Today we thought it's an important platform for us to come and reflect on how the sector can best assist us as a country, both socially and economically. Over a year ago, we launched this board, the PPRA Act, that replaced the Estate Agency Affairs Board. This work has been done by the predecessor and the team that has been here. And the launch of the PPRA marked the coming into operation of the Property Practitioners Act. And the aim of the new act was to strengthen the regulatory aspect of the human settlement sector. And one of the issues that I said to do, we are working in terms of ensuring that we avoid duplications on the portfolio, and we also ensure that there isn't any regulatory constraints that impedes on the growth of the sector. I challenged the leadership of PPRA at the time, as they were getting appointed, that my priority when I came into the sector was to stabilize the portfolio, both in terms of the national department, its entities, but also to ensure that governance is observed. I said to the new board that at the time that I do not compromise on corporate governance. This includes the principles of transparency, accountability, and security. All these principles, but more importantly as well in terms of services, how we provide services in an efficient and effective manner. All these principles needed to be observed so that the entity could function properly with a safe and healthy environment in which the entity is best able to achieve its mandate. I remember at that time I said to the board, the current entity is in ICU and I want it urgently out of ICU. I said this because there were quite a number of issues that we're facing. Each day I would receive either WhatsApp messages, social media platform, because I'm quite active on social media. I would see the complaints that were coming through. Emails were not ending. It was one of the most difficult periods to receive quite a lot of complaints from people that we are meant to serve. And this is the message I had said to the team. The day I would know that you are stabilizing, I'll see with the reduction of the complaints I receive. But what was worrying was that there were basic things that were not in place that many of us would have expected, both yourself and myself as the portfolio head. Things that needed to be done just simply. People writing exams on time and receiving their results. People being able to pay and not having problems. People receiving their FFC certificates without even having to have a hurdle. Those were basic things in terms of our mandate that we were not able to do. And that's what I said to the team. This had to stop. What was also a critical element in turning around the entity was the improvement in the relationship between the entity and the sector, which at the time I felt that EAAB had completely mismanaged. I challenged the leadership to go and interact with the sector and forge a working relationship. The feedback that I'm receiving and that I continue to receive is that there's been a working together with the sector by the PPRA, board and the leadership. Not to say that there are no challenges and there's room for improvement, but the revival of this relationship is something we should nurture and strengthen. I've been getting feedback that the NTC is indeed turning a new leaf, and I believe that we now have a good leadership that stabilized the entity, and they need all our support to continue on this path. Now, the PPRA has three main functions, which are to regulate the affairs of all property practitioners, to allow for transformation in the property sector, and to provide for a consumer protection. The entity cannot achieve these functions by itself. It requires partnership and collaboration with the sector, especially the private sector, to be able to fulfill its mandate. So as we gathered here, we are not only here to discuss the PPRA and how it is carrying out its mandate. Much as that is important, we are here to discuss the property sector, challenges and opportunities, and more importantly, how we can work together to create a growing and inclusive property sector. According to the 2021 Property Sector Charter Council report that they released, the financial, real estate and business services sector accounted for 22% of country's real value added generated by producing goods and services. According to the same study, the SA property market contributes 5.8 trillion, that's significantly contributing to GDP. In 2018, one of South Africa's Reserve Bank report also estimated that South Africa's total fixed capital stock is worth 7.6 trillion. This means that the property market accounts for 76% of SA capital stock outside of machinery and transport. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, with the numbers, this is a very important sector of our economy. The wealth that it generates needs to be shared equitably, and I think working together we can grow this pie and share it. I'm cognizant that the property market is still reeling from the impact of COVID-19. But there are great signs of recovery when we look at the Stats SA report that they quarterly reported on. In the first quarter of this year, the finance and real estate and business services grew by 0.6%, and I think this will improve going forward. There are opportunities in areas such as student accommodation, social housing, and so on. There are several areas that we must look at that are critical for growing and transforming the sector, and this includes the following: capacitation and enterprise support for historically disadvantaged property practitioners, support of existing SMMEs owned by historically disadvantaged property practitioners, promotion of standard of training and development of historically disadvantaged property practitioners. We need to see more young people getting into the sector. Not only getting, but staying. Because we get them and they leave. So sustainability is important. Facilitation of ownership of and participation in the property investment enterprises. Enabling the transformation of property ownership in South Africa by providing grant support through the Transformational Fund to historically disadvantaged property practitioners who are in the business of developing residential properties in the affordable and secondary housing market. How we can work together to accelerate the first home finance program, which is within our portfolio, run on behalf of the department at NHFC, because this is another area of opportunity that exists. And I understand they will be part of the panel this afternoon and working together to see how best we can be able to collaborate. so that all market segments receive the quality of service that the higher segments of the market receive. Now, ladies and gentlemen, over and above this, we must discuss the issue of modernization and digitization. The only way that in this day and age we are going to improve the ease of doing business is through digitization. I said to the board, I say to my portfolio, I just don't understand in this day and age in 2023, where there's available technologies off the shelf that we can utilize, why we're still operating manually. So they have, one of their scorecards is that we've got to move all these things off manual. How we interact, platforms should be able to assist us for doing exams, for payments, for applications, and renewal and applications of our FFC. It's possible, it's doable, and it's something that we are going to do. So I have committed, as the portfolio head, I said to my team in the department, because I want to move the entire human settlement sector, especially in the public space, to a digital platform. I was saying to them this morning, I had a meeting with the Minister of Indonesia. And this is something that I have a gripe on. As they say, I used to serve in the World Economic Forum Artificial Intelligence Committee. As a person who's more exposed to what the digital platforms and technology can do, I envy when I sit and feel ashamed when I sit with my counterparts and they talk about how they have moved a lot of their services online and how it is efficient and how it is transparent, but it gives them value. So I have committed myself that one of the things I'll have to do, as my legacy on this portfolio, is to be able to deliver a digital platform. And I said to the board, what we want in the next 3 months is for all these things to move to a digital platform. We want to see your applications. The applications must be online. Payments must be online. Exams must be online. Renewals must be online. And new applications must be online. The technology is available to provide for all the securities concerns that anyone can have. I was sharing with them that I don't know when was the last time I walked into a bank. We don't have, many of us have to walk into a bank because we've got everything on our apps. Now, when we look globally in what property sectors are doing, we see this is the trend. It gives value, but it's an efficient way of running business. Now, we have to turn to that. So that's the commitment I made. I said to them, because if I don't do this thing, I'm going to be fired. So I said to them, before I get to Manhlamandlo, where I'm going to be fired, I would have fired them in the process. So there is literally things that we've got to do different. We are not going to have to tolerate incompetence and inefficiencies. I always say to my portfolio, my middle name is not I'm sorry. Where every time I go somewhere, I must start first by apologizing for the mishaps that are happening. That time has to pass. At least most of the people have gotten that knowledge. I've received good feedback, even including from AG team, because I always pay attention to what happens everywhere in the portfolio, that things are turning the leaf, and I want it sustained. I said to the board chair, we've started well, I want improvement. I want to see an efficient and effective organization, and that's no compromise on it. As he says, that I did not inherit, and if they do anything wrong, I will have to take the fall. So I said to him, there's no taking off the fall. We are going to do it, because I do believe that we have the ability, we have the capability, and they've got my support to do it. One of the areas, because we've got to understand, if we are to want to grow the economy, all sectors have to come on board. all of us, as I outlined there, the role of the sector in the economy. So when you see the growth of the economy being at pedestrian level, you must know you are part of that problem as a sector. Because we contribute huge amounts to the GDP. Now, people talk about unemployment in the country. People talk about, we're complaining about inflation. There is absolutely nothing the Reserve Bank can do. We have to grow the economy so that we stabilize inflation. So that these rates don't go up. I know you are affected because you sit with applications, banks are about to approve, and then they reject because the inflation has gone high. That is an end product in terms of the value chain on the economy. Because we can't have a running away inflation. It has to be kept. And the mandate of the Reserve Bank is to do precisely that. But all of us, from a policy point of view, from a regulatory point of view, from practitioners, we have a role to ensure that our sector grows. And we need to get the basics right. Now, starting with our regulator, we have to get the basics right. I said to the board, one of the issues that I'm looking forward to here, as a minister, I'm responsible for legislation and regulation, is to hear feedback if there are concerns around regulations. No one else is going to change them except me. So complaining amongst yourself without making sure that I understand the shortcomings or the gaps that exist in the current regulation will not help you. So I hope we'll get that feedback to say, are the regulations assisting you? That's the first thing. The second area is a plan for this transformation. Are we all on board in terms of what needs to be done and what the institution has to do? I said to the board, the financing part of it comes at the end, after we have a plan. But it has to be a plan that as a sector you buy into it. Because as I said, we can't do this thing alone. It's through partnership with you that will be able to achieve these areas. But tell us, are we making your life easier? Obviously, I know because I've interacted with many of you. I follow you on your social media platforms. Many of you, I listen to what you are saying. The complaints on Facebook about the FFC report, you emailed, somebody didn't answer. That's what we have to fix. And that digital platform, I believe it will kill all those complaints. Now, we've got to be able to move to strategic issues. The issues, I've had conversations with some of the estates to understand why is it prohibitive to people to participate, to sell, because the issue when you put a price, like what Chair was saying, for me to operate in a particular estate, I need 80,000 in terms of being able to put it up front so that I can sell in that estate. It is prohibitive. Already it creates an exclusionary measure, which is not correct. How is a new SMME, entry SMME, going to operate like that? Because in this selling, they still have to have an office, they've got to have staff, they must pay the bills and all those things. And we know the cost of operation has gone up. And that's why it's important for government to solve the electricity and the load shedding so that we don't have high cost in terms of input to our businesses. But those conversations around our property sector, how we ensure that we have an equal footing of play, is important. And the reason why sometimes there's a misunderstanding. In transformation does not mean that you remove a black face, a white face, you replace it with black face. It's not that. That's not what transformation is about. Transformation, it says that we acknowledge that all of us have a role to play. There should never be an area where it's excluded for a particular race while others don't participate. It says all of us, let's have a role. Let's include everyone. We do not want to build a racial representative country, but we want to build a non-racial country. Now, we've got to look at where we've traveled, how far we've been, and where are we? Are we having equal opportunity to succeed in the property space? If not, why are we not having that? And what is it that we've got to do, all of us, to be able to get to that point? Our children should not inherit what we inherited. All of them have to have an equal footing in terms of the playing field being leveled. Now, it's our duty to build the future South Africa we want. No one else is going to do it. We have to do it. But it starts with our own sectors. It starts with our own areas of work. My duty as a minister is to be able to provide policy environment that is conducive and regulatory environment that is conducive. I cannot run your sector, and I have no intentions of doing that. Because I do believe that we have a sector that has been thriving. And where you feel that there are issues of constraining the potential growth of the sector, give us feedback. I can assure you, we'll work towards correcting that. But most importantly, what I can guarantee you is that we have sat down, and they know the board, I do crack the whip, in ensuring that you have a regulatory environment that is good. What we have experienced in the past with our entity, it's something that we are going to put behind us for good. We've heard you. We've listened to your complaint. I said to them, you are paying for this service, and there's nothing less we should be able to give, except for an efficient and effective service. And that's the commitment you have from this minister, that we will do our level best. I will push. They know I do. If I see something, last year when there were complaints, I said to them, hey, I'm happy that there are no complaints. We've run exams, I don't have a complaint. Last year, during the exams, I called an agent meeting with the board. I told them, these complaints I'm seeing, can you sort them out? And I don't want to see them next year. And I'm happy to say, I've not received an email of complaint this year about the exams. I know they were done. I just saw that people have been writing. That's part of the improvement, but we can move the higher level. The expectation is excellence. Because if we can't, as a country, continue to subject ourselves to mediocrity. Not in where I operate, and that's what I pride myself with. Being professional, and I expect everybody in the portfolio to be that. So that you can be rest assured that we will turn the tide. I always say my runway towards my end of term is short, so this is my legacy, and they're going to deliver. But they have 3 months to deliver to me a digital platform. Not until next year, before the end of this year. And that's what we want. And it's going to be done, I can assure you. So that as we converse, we continue. We can look at different things. We can look at what is it that we need to do. What are the other opportunities? We would want to see ourselves, for example, starting to build green cities. I mean, the world is moving. I had an engagement with the Minister of Egypt when I was in Nairobi. And he was telling me how they have gone to build a new city in the desert. And I said to my team, but what is stopping us as South Africans? We have all these resources. These people have no water, they are in a desert. Yes, we are a water-scarce country, but we can. So part of the challenge is for us to be able to think outside the box, think differently, but build better communities. And it's up to us. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking forward to the conversations today. And I'm not going to be leaving until we finish, because I would like to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are making notes. And I hope that you are going to soon be raising your hand to say, can I have another exam pad? Because you don't have enough space to capture all these insights. Because you know what they say, a short pencil is better than a long memory. So with that said, we're moving on to the next stage of the conversation, where we are actually going to enter into a discussion. The Minister was very clear, Honorable Minister was very clear that she would like to hear from the horse's mouth. So this is that time when our acting CEO, Ms. Ramayedi, is going to assist us in facilitating the conversation. I'll hand over to the acting CEO to facilitate the conversation. Thank you, CEO.
Honorable Minister, the floor is now yours. We do have mics throughout the room, so there will be individuals also helping us so that they are audible, Minister, in asking questions so that we can unpack what we came here to unpack. And then obviously the chair is here as well to assist. But the board is here, some of the PPRS management is here, so we're going to have a fruitful engagement. Thank you, Minister.
Do you not have mics here?
Okay, I do see a couple of hands that side, so we can start. And then I just ask my team to also just be an extra pair of hands, eyes rather. So I'll start on this side. Thank you.
Minister, I thank you. My name is Faraday. I'm here in my capacity as the president of the Certified Business Broker Council. I represent business brokers. If you allow me, just three aspects. Firstly, with regards to Section 21 and the Property Sector Transformation Fund, I ask you to kindly consider the unfairness of such that there is only transformation within property ownership and that there is vision for business ownership. The fact of the matter is that one can attain a home loan, even 108% home loan, to buy a property, but you cannot get funding to buy a business. And if one assists people and the business broking industry in acquiring a business, such shareholding ownership of a business then helps that individual to also attain the income, and from that income of a business can then acquire a property again. Where you transform business, you also transform 10 employees instead of just one. So I ask you to consider and make provision for business funding as well. The second point I wish to raise is with regards to Regulation 33, and this is with regards to training and consumer protection. Now, I raise this to the authority itself, and I ask that the PPRA kindly consider to vary the provisions for the training to accommodate the specific requirements for us as business brokers. I've been in consultation and it's been very fruitful with the PPRA, but we need to get going with the qualification standards, the course material, the PDE exams, and the standard of practical training. We need to get going with a national certificate business broking, and I'll get to this point again. Last point, I would rather ask a question to the PPRA, and this is regard with mediation. As a business broker, my function is always to negotiate and mediate between buyers and sellers, So I'm a flag bearer of mediation, and I love it that the regulations now provide for mediation where there's a dispute between a member of public and one of the practitioners. And as a business broker practitioner, my question or my concern is the following. If a dispute is declared, is the PPRA actually prepared to resolve disputes just as the GAIP principles being used, or the EBITDA calculations, or the stock take of a business, or how that business was promoted, or the fact that business information is not given to people until they sign an NDA? So I would end off just stating again with RPT. Firstly, we regulate the practitioners. We need qualifications to regulate us as business brokers. And secondly, to protect the consumers, there must be a minimum disclosure when selling a business, and it only provides for minimum disclosures with regards to property. And lastly, with regards to transformation, you cannot transform if there's no money. Please help us with a transformation fund for funding for businesses. I thank you, Minister.
Good morning, Minister. Good afternoon, Minister.
Hello.
And the team. And my name is Unsiki Mkaiya from Tsiki Real Estate. Minister, I just want firstly to commend you, because last year, as few of the women, black women, real estate called upon you, and you honored the meeting with us, which is something that we never gotten from the officials. In that meeting, we spelled out the concerns of the black women in the industry. Then in that meeting, there was also an acting CEO, not you, but before you, ma'am, which we did a follow-up on the meeting that we had with you and them. Up until today, we haven't received a response from the transformation manager who made a commitment to communicate with us until now. Therefore, I'm saying that the transparency you spoke about, the accountability you spoke about, and the efficiency ends and starts with you. Because I don't think there is a commitment within the officials in the PPRA to address issues that we are raising. But I'm happy that some of the stuff that we raised with you, I saw Joe has raised them on his presentation, because in that meeting, we spoke about financing of small businesses. We spoke about the issue of a PPRA creating a conveyor belt, fast-tracking black women in the industry. But when the black women in the industry, and on the other side, being principals, what happens is no support. You become your own principal, your own mentor, you train people, they go, immediately they are trained, they go work for big companies, because in those big companies, they support in everything, except Tina, the only thing we do, just give them the experience and the training, because we are not being funded by the PPRA, at least to have those three key employees, the finance manager, the receptionist, which is key, and also the person who does training. So you are a trainer, you're a finance manager, you are also a receptionist in your own company. What does that make you? It makes you a bit dysfunctional. It makes you dysfunctional. People don't have now. Your mentees don't have much confidence in you, because now you are fumbling, you are everywhere, right? They end up, after 3 months, they go work for a bigger company. They've taken that experience that they've gotten from you. So I'm happy that some of those things are being raised here. And also, what I also would like to say, that today maybe this is the beginning of a better PPRA, because they've got a minister who's committed in supporting. I really like to see the Transformation Fund supporting existing principles. Yes, we have those that are in pipeline that have been shown there, but the existing principles need support. I had, for 6 months, my commission was supporting those interns, was supporting paying for everything. How will I grow to contest with big companies? So transformation, my last one, transformation, that's not a conveyor belt bringing new black principles. You are failing us, you are exposing us. Okuti, yeah, they are laughing at us. You may be a principal, but you don't have the capacity. So we really, that transformation fund, let it give capacity to those black principals, women black principals. The others will talk for themselves. But now I'm talking about women black principals. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, thank you so much. I've been having the mic. Can I go on? Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you, CEO. My name is Tebo Hostatu. I'm from the United Civil Society in Action. Thank you, Minister. I also want to acknowledge.
They mustn't give people mic.
Hello. I want to acknowledge your response to a written response. Thank you so much for having responded to pitch the Property Industry Transformation Council. I work with them, so I read your response, and I think it puts to rest those issues that PPRA for the first time found themselves being taken over by some of us activists in a fight, but we got to understand both sides of the story, and we are putting that to rest. So I want to put that on record to say we are going forward now. But let me raise a few things, especially the backdrop of the lady, the last speaker who's just spoken. Let's not talk transformation as a fashion, as a fashionable thing. And like she said, a conveyor belt. The next minister will be talking transformation. The previous minister was talking transformation, and the next and the next and the next. So up until we lose power. So we can't afford that. So it's like, what do you do when you've got young people outside the system, and you've got those who are not incarcerated in the correctional facility, but you've got those that are already in the correctional facility? What are you going to prioritize in the line of priority of your programs? Are you going to spend more money on those who are already in conflict with the law, or are you going to rather spend more time and resources with those young people to prevent them from moving from being in a free society and going into a correctional facility? So I think it goes without saying, you need to empower those that are already there, that are already doing something. Yes, thank you, you can clap, you can clap. So don't overload the system. It makes no sense to want to empower those who are already in conflict with the law. We're not saying exclude them, but it makes better sense to empower those to prevent them from falling into the same trap. So I'm using that analogy for a specific reason. And I was looking at the presentation. Thank you for the presentations, by the way. However, I feel like PPRA is already giving up before even they start the fight of transformation. Why do I say that? I saw, in terms of the One Learner, One program, we've got Rossens. Rossens, they're the big guys. Maybe not as big as others, but they're the big guys. And you've got that previous speaker who is actually doing the same thing, and I may not know the detail and the processes. However, I want to put it out there. Chair, protect me so that I can also express. English is my 10th language, so I need to express myself. Even if we are so to get it.
Yeah, it's okay. I think we can put down our hands.
Yeah.
Allow him to speak and finish. We will take another round.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Let's allow him to speak.
Thank you. Viva Chair. Thank you so much.
Please, let's put down our hands, allow him to speak. We will take another round. Unless you get to so to interpret. So I was saying, Rossens, we're not saying Rossens should be or should have been excluded in the process of this program. But I'm asking myself a question. I know a lot of black practitioners that have been doing this out of their own pockets. What was the process that was followed to say Rossens are the ones? So for me, PPRA did not put this out enough so that others can get an equal opportunity, and we look at, like you said, you correctly said, Minister, we're not asking for racism or reverse racism here. We cannot exclude others. We cannot do something and to the exclusion of others. And
and perhaps the answer you may not know. The guys who are running PPRA on a daily basis must tell us what process was followed to have Rosins there as the main guys doing this program when you've got black women and men who are already doing this. So why don't they share this pie? That's first point. Second point, PPRA is not transforming itself, Minister. Thank you, CEO. You've just introduced us to the new guys, the CFO and the CIO. But I feel like there must be. I mean, we're not excluding white people. And every time you raise a transformation matter, you are labeled racist. But I'm not going to be scared of people who label me. I'm saying there must be a black woman CFO out there. So I'm challenging you to say, let's not, and the reason I'm mentioning these things that are difficult to talk about, that people are scared to talk about, is for people to actually introspect, to say, are we doing enough to talk transformation? And I'm not saying exclude white people. Please don't get me wrong. I'm saying when we transform, we also look at the process of redress. It's as simple as that. And it puts me to another point. I'll try and summarize. I've got many points, and I know, Minister, so we won't finish them today. But the issue of BEE, or triple BEE, we've had instances of practitioners wanting to bid for government work. And you find a government official saying that, no, don't worry about your BEE credentials. They don't matter here. In terms of finding space for big companies, in terms of the commercial property leasing. So we cannot transform like that when we are apologetic about transformation. So the other stuff I will reserve. But in conclusion, Minister, whilst you want to digitize, it's a good thing. We are moving. However, let's come up with processes that will assist those rural young people who may be closed out of the sector because of we've decided to digitize, because of we are only thinking about those people that are in the cities and then not offering alternatives. We must digitize, but we must also offer alternatives for people to enter, particularly young black people in the space. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. I just have an announcement to make quickly. I know we've got burning questions that we all want to address, but if you can just maybe limit your questions to one or two to give other people in the room an opportunity to also express their views. I think we can have, let the minister address some of the questions that were posed. And for those that she doesn't answer, myself, my management team can answer them, and then we can take the next set of questions. Thank you.
Here's a quick one here, because I've been noted already before the minister speaks. Then she can answer. I'm going to be quick. I know we are eager to speak, all of us here. There are numbers here.
So
but I'm going to be quick.
Please,
2 minutes.
Please, just for a few minutes, wait for your turn. We will allow you first when we come to the next.
Okay, agreed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, let me start to respond. I think they want me to respond now on the issues that have been raised. Indeed, there are operational matters that I would not be able to respond to. The team will respond to those operational matters. Let me start with Tebogo and starting with the issue of the CFO. If you look at representation as well, you would find that the COO is a black male. That's why I said to the chair, because you've got a black male as a CFOO, a white male for CFO, we will have to have a discussion about a woman in your executive. So as I said, transformation is not replacement. So it doesn't mean that there is no role for a white person to play in the administration. I hope we understand each other. Demographics in terms of employment equity, it says that you'll have black people, you'd have white people, you'd have colored people, you'd have Indian represent everybody. So unless if you're saying to me there's over-representation in terms of equity within PPRA, which I don't think so, when I look at the demographics of PPRA. I thought, let me clear that out. Because demographics in terms of employment equity are quite important. We look at the entire organization, who is where, and most of the time, sometimes, we find underrepresentation and overrepresentation of other racial groups. So I don't think the point, it's not wrong for PPRA to employ a white male for CFO. I think we must be clear there. Now, the issue of digitization and exclusion of rural areas. As said that I am a former minister, actually I've been in 5 portfolios. This is my 5th. And one of the portfolios I've been was communication. But I've been a chair in Parliament of Telecommunication and Postal Services for about 5 years as a member of Parliament. Now, access to broadband is what we talk about. So when we talk about digitization, let's take an example during COVID-19. Majority of us moved to online, including teaching and learning. We moved to online and we fast-tracked. And when you look at the policy of government and the work that is being done, firstly in releasing of spectrum to be able to ensure that the mobile network operators are able to go into areas where it was previously disadvantaged. But go look in terms of universal access within the mobile network industry or the telecom space, you'd understand that the work that we are doing is to provide for expansion of digital access even in the remote areas. But let's talk in terms of property market, where we are selling and where do we exist? Because there is hypothesis and there's reality. Do we have real estate selling properties in Mkanya, not even, you're using Tsingitsi. So there are areas, let's go to UNESCO, KwaZulu-Natal, Asemsing. There it's me, Minister of Human Settlement, that is building. There's no properties that are being sold. Actually, we are trying to remove mud houses. So there's no estate agent that is going to operate there. That's the reality. So when we argue and present options, colleagues, let's not be prohibitive of the growth of the sector. We are dealing with the now. Where are real estate operating? If you go to, I made an example of that area, that district, I was there last week. Maybe I can make an example of it because I was there last week. To Utugela, where the president had in Imbizo. That area, even if you can set up your business, you are not going to sell a house currently. You will have to move to Newcastle to operate. Is there network operation access to broadband in Newcastle? Yes, there is. And that's what I'm saying. It's not prohibitive. It's not leaving out rural areas. While we are, as government, working on expansion of rural development and local rural economy, what we need now, yes, it's what we have to do. But those areas as well, it's not that they do not have access to network. That's why I'm explaining from a mobile network operation strategy or access to broadband strategy, where we talk about access to broadband and ensuring that we close the digital divide. There is a strategy from government from that point of view. So as we put our strategy of growth in our own sector, the other sectors are dealing with that. So I thought, let me just deal with that in terms of exposure and what government is doing already. Now, I would want to understand, because I couldn't understand very well around the issue that we have given up before we start. I thought the issues, as Usisi was saying, the issues that consistently that have been raised with us, we are starting to address them in terms of our, and as I said earlier on, it's not yet a perfect picture, and that's why we are here, to get feedback from you, that this is the plan. Show us where the gaps are, so that we close them. I have a duty as a minister to ensure that we support the transformational fund, and we will work around that so that we can be able to do that, options that we have to do. But is the plan making sense? That's what we are asking. And that's the feedback. And perhaps that's what is important, what Sisintsiki is saying. I did meet them, they were laughing. This is how I got to meet them. Somebody called me selling a house, and because I used to own a house in Midrand, so they wanted to know whether I'm selling or I'm putting it in the market. So I decided it was one of the intents. So I decided to engage the person to say, tell me, what is your feedback? Do you think we are helping? What is the PPRA? The person decided, no, I can't be talking to you. I must give you the phone to the principal. So that's how we eventually got to meet with them. So I explained myself, because initially she started explaining, and then she asked, who are you? I said, by the way, I'm the Minister of Human Settlements. I think she nearly collapsed. That's why she gave the phone over. And then I ended up speaking with her principal. I said, let me talk to your principal. And I asked feedback. How is the sector doing? What do you think we should do better? And eventually we agreed to meet, the four of us. There were four of them. With me, we had an afternoon session, lunch. I got to have feedback, so that's how I did. I operate differently. I'm not conventional. I hate routine. So I'm unconventional in my doing of things. So Chairperson Ngubeni knows, sometimes when he sees my WhatsApp, I think he thinks, oh, what is the complaint about now? So I get to meet people. As I go, wherever I am, I meet somebody, I ask questions. And that's why in my portfolio, my team gets a headache to say, Minister, we can't cope with what you have. But somehow, many people have my cell phone number. So they send WhatsApp, and then the complaints I forward to them and ask for feedback. Now, the issue, what I'm trying to say here, is that this is what we are building for you. We might sit the other side, I think, that have addressed the issues that you are raising in terms of transformation. We need feedback to say, are we on the right track? Like you are saying, I think both Sisintsiki and Feni from the business brokers, to say this is where the gaps are. And that's the intention here. Where we can go and look, for example, you raise the issues of regulations that we need to pay attention to. The Section 21, in terms of transformation, that is closed out the ownership in terms of support, that we have to pay attention to. We'll have to navigate, because we can't change the act now. We've got to navigate around the issues on the regulation. That's what we can do, Chair. Navigate around that. And also, I think you will deal with the issues around mediation. But CISOs is one of the areas that we are improving in terms of mediation. Perhaps we can take the lessons from there in terms of how they do mediation and how we are looking at the issues. Perhaps even the expansion would be one of the important things that we look at. I agree in terms of minimum qualifications that needs to be for brokering, but also support. As I said, colleagues, the fiscals is not broad. So there's limitation of what we can get out of the pie of government. How we need to do things is efficiently from our side. And as we give feedback, I'll have to look into my portfolio, because National Treasury is just going to tell me there's no new money and there's no additional money. We'll have to look in terms of our portfolio. There are options that we're looking at, whether we can expand to be able to cover more areas. But it's based as well on the practicality. So what we need to do is to do phased-in approach of implementation. We start somewhere, we start implementing, and we grow with the lessons that we've got. Remember, this is a new way that we have decided. We took the approach as government to say we are going to do a transformational fund as part of the implementation of the new act of PPRA. Now, with that, there are lessons that we've got to be able to learn. As we are saying, consultation, this part of the process, in learning where the gaps exist, that we can be able to close them. The fund is meant to grow over time, but it has to start somewhere. And what I'm getting as a feedback around sustainability of the current ones and being able to bring in. But remember, as government, we've got to operate within the prescripts of the Constitution. The Constitution says that we've got to be fair and distribute our resources equitably. The minute I start to say that I will exclude so and so, might be challenged in court, and we might not win it in court. What we could do perhaps is to allocate a percentage chairperson, a higher percentage for those who are existing, but a lower percentage for those who are coming. But complete shutdown of new entrants would not be constitutional. So you've got to understand that. What we do, we must be able to provide rationale as government, but it must be within the confines of the Constitution. So I thought, let me just clear those ones, that we understand that there is areas where we are constrained by law and the Constitution, and we've got to be consistently be applying the Constitution and the law. Maybe answer the issues around chair and thing. I think the issue around staff where you have people not being supported, how we could, there are various options that we could look into. And partnership, for example, with the CTAs in terms of financing support, we should be able to, oh yeah, the issue of financing. Colleagues, financing of SMMEs in the country is quite broad. We will support, but there are other institutions that provide for financial support that we've got to be able to bring in and partner. My experience when I was leading tourism, as I say, I've been in various portfolios, is that partnership, for example, when we were there, I initiated quite a number of initiatives for supporting SMMEs, partnership with NEF, partnership with CIFA. So there are quite a number of areas and institution chair that I would encourage for the board to explore the partnership, to leverage on the financing. That would be something that we could be able to do and look into that. I know, acting CEO, you've been engaging as well to say real estate should be given opportunity to sell what government has as part of the opportunities. That's one of the things she gave feedback. I said, you've got my support. Where is government buildings? Where is government-owned properties, for example, where we support, because we support social housing. We are expanding that. We've got what we call CCG, capital funding of property development and property market. And she's been pushing in the portfolio to say, we've got to be able to ensure that we utilize that as one of the areas of pushing for transformation. And I said, you've got my support for that. So there is quite a lot of things that is being done, innovative ways to ensure that there is support for market access and for finance, because it's not only financing. It's financing and market access. So you can have financing, but if you are not having any houses to sell, then you're going to die. But also around skills development. There are quite a lot of facilities. I've got even today, this morning, I received some of the information about skills development. We are initiating quite a lot of ones. We will partner, we'll bring skills development fund to support around training and development and funding of those, so that we remove the burden and we remove the, cost implications that go with, you could be host employers where you are paid administrative fees for hosting. It's something that is available in government. I think we'll work with the team to support you on that. There is those availability. I think because PPRE, as I said, it was, the institution was in ICU. We battled just with the basics, and that's why some of these innovative things and what is available, even within government, was not explored because we did not have even capacity to be able to drive this. So with the appointment of the executive that currently is there, I do expect that we'll be able to drive more work in terms of exposure. Those are some of the things. I mean, as it is now, I'm looking for 10 per province, SMMEs, who can host young graduates, and they will be funded by Skills Development Fund. So we drive those things. Both in my capacity, I have too many capacities, both in my capacity as Minister of Human Settlement, but other things I drive in my capacity as economic chair in government. Maybe let me hand over to you, Chair, if you've got, or CEO, I don't know who goes in, but I think I've covered broadly the issues. The up direct issues.
Thank you, Minister. I'll start with Menziki. One of the questions that the concerns you raise is that as a black principal, you don't have support in terms of funding. And the Transformation Fund manager is here. I was hoping that he would take this one. But the terms of, I know late last year, there was a bid around SMME, right, that was published. But then we since had to withdraw it, because what we failed to do is consult with the industry. So you as a black principal, you know what your needs are, right? And that's a step that we had omitted. So the Transformation Fund manager has since gone back to the industry and consulted with various of you, I know some of you are in the room, to say, what are your needs? So today we know that a receptionist is also your need, training is your need. So I'm glad that we actually didn't publish those TORs around the SMME, but it will be done in the next few days so that we say, and we're starting with 12. So our target for the year was 25, but we've had obviously financial constraints. So we said, let's do 12, because at the end of the day, I still have to, myself and the chair have to report to the minister and say, these are the targets that you've included in your APPs. You've been performing 0. So now we can go back and say, no, we've since published and we are awarding 12. And I'll make sure that reception is included, because I know Joseph had high level touched on some of the funding we would be giving principals to support you. And then the other question I think on that side was around why did we pick Rawson? So say, and I know that you've been following the candidate, one learner, one program throughout, its tenure. And we've had host employers in 8 provinces. The one province where we didn't have any host employers was in the Northern Cape, and Rawson was one of the real estate companies. They put their hand up, like Joseph had alluded in his presentation, that we go to some of these big companies to say, please host 10, 12, and almost all of them say, no, I can only take 2. So what we then do, because they are practitioners throughout the country, so just to give you high level, it was not oversight, but it's just a company that did put their hand up. And then there was an issue, a question around brokers around the finalization of educational standards. I know that in the last 3 months, my team, the Education and Training and Professionalization team, have held various consultations with all the new subsectors, and I believe we're at the tail end of that, and I know that it's long overdue, but we are finally addressing it. So hopefully in the second quarter still, those will be distributed so that we can just have your final input so that we can run in that regard, so that we really are intentional about just giving our legislation feet and not it remain just a piece of paper. Thank you. I think, Chair, through you, if we can just take another round of questions. We can start.
Let's start with the gentleman that I suppressed earlier on. Give him the mic. But please remember, colleagues, few questions, no preambles, so that we can be able to give others an opportunity to also ask their questions. So you will be the first, and in that sequence.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister and the CEO, for the opportunity. I think my question is going to be short, and it's on enforcement, because in the previous conversation with you, Mr. Ngobeni, you promised that you were going to knock at the door of these people so that they can comply. And I'm quite happy that as property practitioners, all of us have complied. The property developers. You know, the small property developers, they are complying because they are using the estate agencies with property practitioners that are registered with you. But we've got this big elephant in the game, which are the big developers. I don't know whether the PPRA can't touch them or what. We can call them by names. You said the last time we should inform you and you will knock at their door. Your Calgro M3, your MDev, your Baldwin, your Cosmopolitan, Central Development, all those big companies, they are using people that are not even, I don't know what do they call them, but they are not compliant when it comes to being to getting the FFCs. So I'm still asking you again, our chairperson, that as the board and your inspectorate department, you should start knocking on the door. We want to hear from you. How are you going to do it? When are you going to start doing that so that these big companies are regulated and they should stop using those people that they call a sales consultant? Because there's a big chunk there that we want to also get into. There are a lot of properties to be sold in those developments. So please, start enforcing and tell us when are you going to start auditing also their staff. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Thank you, Minister, and thank you, our chairperson. Sipompofu, in front of you, property practitioner of newly built firm. And I've got a greatest mentor behind me. I've got some few questions. The CETA, that's number one. Why does the PPRA or the government use CETA to choose people that are not property practitioners to do vigilating when the people are studying? They just choose. I've studied from them outside, and people that they were there assisting us about the things of PPRA, they don't know nothing about it. Why can't we be used as property practitioners per province? Choose from us, because we know, we wrote about these things, so we can be part of getting those funds. There's another way of assisting us. Secondly, on a trust account, why always we get this message saying, no, you can, I'll take it to our advocate, where you said, Deborah Val, where you said, no guys, upcoming guys, you can bypass the part of trust account. Why? Why? When you say to me, I must grow, I must have each and everything that does with the property. Why are we not, as property practitioners, young ones coming, we are not allowed to use our trust account? Because we are equal to conveyancers. Really, we are not lower than them. Why can our client trust conveyancers with their money, but I'm the one who brought them in? Now I'm not trusted because it's a finance part. So I think the board needs to be out there and teach our people out there, says, guys, you can use, as long as they're legit, legally, following the law, use them. Because we also want to grow. Why must I close that? Yes, some don't want to close it, but I don't want to close it. I want to grow and know how does it work. The trust account. Or to the part, Minister, to the part of the banks. I think this goes direct to Minister. Minister, the banks in South Africa, they are giving so-called big firms the business. And you know it day in, day out. But the government is overlooking that. When houses are about to go to auction, not 2 months, not 3 days, not a week, 6 months down the line, there are so-called big firms that are giving an opportunity to sell those properties. We can't get an access. We need to give someone something for them to give us. Let it be published, and so that we can have an access, all of us, to sell them in time. You can't give me in 3 weeks' time and says, yes, a house is going to the auction. then I must thrive there as a small guy trying to make ends meet. The last one, Mr. Minister, direct to you. Yes. No, I'm saying this because...
No, let's correct it. You are used to males leading political offices. I'm a woman.
Mrs. Minister, sorry, madam. No, thank you about that.
You should have followed suit.
I should have followed suit, I'm telling you. I'd like to say, on my point of us being out there to come and learn, we talk about the agencies. I want names because we are not here to name and shame people. We are here to help each other. The so-called big names, they have created a system. I don't know if it's a system or it's regulated or not. Where they sell, they said they sell under certain name. I don't know how do they call this, but it's a certain name that they use. Yeah, RMS, yes. You can't use. If you go to that property, someone says, no, these houses are sold under this umbrella. I found out, I read, there's nowhere in the regulation that there's a certain umbrella that estate agents, they can sell. So kindly, please, those are the things, sorry, madam. Kindly things, those are the things that are touchy. To some people who's employed, they're not like us, property practitioners. We need to have an access, and those big firms, their board need to approach them and say to them, guys, this is not the way to run the race. Let everybody be equal. I thank you.
Thank you. Can we take the mic to the guy in the front? No, it's coming. It's coming.
Thanks a lot, Chair. Chair, my name is Mutibang. I run a small firm in the North, Midrand and Centurion. Mine is around the question of transformation. I had an opportunity to have both sides in private sector and in public sector. I worked at then Department of Roads, Transport, which then later became Infrastructure Development. Basically, my portfolio was acquisition and disposal on behalf of the government properties, because you know the history quite well that because of disparities of historically disadvantaged, some of us who are practitioners were to say we have government, like public works, as a custodian of government properties at national level, at provincial level. If one department then sought, if it's seeking for either rentals or sales, why can't we have a PPRA from a transformative point of view, working together, the small firms and those that we have achieved in line with the thing, with the department, because the transformation cannot necessarily come up from a private sector. It's incumbent upon the government to be proactive in that approach. That's a question that I want to pose to you, particularly to you, Chairperson. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Can we go this side? Let me see the hands. Okay, that lady.
Good afternoon, Chair.
And if your questions were asked, don't be too embarrassed to retract. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Minister and Acting CEO. It's lovely to hear from all of you today, and thank you for hosting this engagement. Vuiswa Ramokopa from the National Property Practitioners Council. I don't want to reiterate, I think many of the questions have been posed, and I think maybe to start on a high note, let me start on a high note and just commend the team at PPRA under your leadership, Acting CEO, for the efforts that you've made in the short time that you have been at the helm. There certainly has been a gust of new wind at the PPRA, and the industry is deeply appreciative of the spirit in which you are engaging with the industry and the efforts that you are putting towards trying to stabilize the regulator. Now the less fun part. I think one of the biggest concerns, and it speaks to some of the issues that have been raised today, is around the speed of execution and implementation at the PPRA. We have spoken about the Transformation Fund, not just today, but easily for the last 3 to 5 years. From the formation of from the initial negotiations around the Act, right up until the implementation of the Transformation Fund, when the Act came into effect in February of 2022. As it stands today, being July of 2023, we are still in the phase of wanting to understand what the industry wants. Nothing yet has been implemented, despite the fact that the regulations calls for the Transformation Fund to be implemented within 6 months of coming into effect of the Act. So we are deeply concerned at the urgency with which this transformation is being treated, and the fact that it's not clear still at this stage what particular programs are being proposed and what are the measurable outcomes that the PPRA is holding itself to in the delivery of transformation. We cannot keep just talking about this conceptually. We want to see plans, and we want to see measurables and understand what exact outcomes are we working towards. There's lots of money being spent, or there could be lots of money that is spent, but it would be very sad if we stand here 5 years from now looking at the same graphs that Joseph put up and not seeing any progress because we were not able to provide detail of how that change would happen. So we request, please, with relative urgency, feedback from the PPRA about what is happening with the Transformation Fund, what programs are being funded, and what are the timelines around the implementation of these programs. That's number one. On the question of, I know Ferdi, I don't want to respond on your behalf, but I am aware that the fund also not just funds property ownership, but it funds enterprise development and capacitation. And we'd like to appeal to the PPRA to not simply look at sort of brokers and real estate practitioners, but look at the whole value chain. We have to, if we want to transform the industry, look at all aspects of the industry. There's a need, for example, to transform many different aspects of the industry. Some are within your domain, others may not be, but you still have the ability to engage with other industries and look at that value chain and understand where the blockages are. For example, the mortgage origination industry is one that works very closely with the real estate sector. What does the transformation look like there? And are we on top of that, and are we feeding into that? Somebody mentioned the banks. Valuers, for example, work very closely with the industry. If we don't understand the value chains and we don't address the transformation issue at a value chain level, we are not going to succeed. And that takes us to the question of sustainability. We cannot keep pipelining people into an industry if we haven't yet solved for those who are in the industry. I know it's been said, but I really want to reiterate. Surely we should focus on figuring out what is stopping the progress of those in the industry before we want to bring 10,000, however many more, unfortunate young people who are going to come and get stuck in our industry and face the very same challenges that those in the industry are facing. Please, can we prioritize a proper diagnostic analysis of what is happening in our industry and what the actual scale of the barriers to transformation are. And then lastly, I just want to say, again, commending you for the progress that's been made, but I want to just reiterate that the stability and the leadership at the PPRA sets the tone for the whole industry. We cannot require the highest levels of professionalization from industry practitioners and make the industry jump through every level of hoop for professionalization, and yet the regulator then does not conduct itself with the same highest levels of professional standards. So I would like to appeal to not just the senior executives, but also every person who works at the regulator to hold yourself to the same high standards that you hold the industry to, because it starts at the top and the leadership takes a cue from everyone at the top. Lastly, I won't hog the mic, I'd like to also appeal, and I did mention it, for integration with other government departments. Department of Public Works and various other departments who operate in our ecosystem. We need to, the likes of CSOS and other such entities, we need to have clear channels of communication with them and be able to hold them accountable to our transformation objectives, because we are not just running this race alone. There are other people in our industry that have to be alive to what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I see the hands again? Not just before. Can I see the hands again? Please, can we give this the wise men here?
Sorry, Chair, can I just...
No, you will be noted. Allow me to conduct the meeting. Please give him the mic. I will appeal once again. Let's keep our questions short.
Hi.
Avoid preambles. There's a lot of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I believe God sent you to us.
That's why I said you're the wise
I've
man.
been in this... I've been in this industry since 1994. I'm a young lion. And there's many others here who are in a similar situation as I. In 1994, when we entered this arena as estate agents, we had the same talk, and everything that was discussed today was discussed in 1994. The challenge that we have is that we only talk about the problems. Today, Minister, if you could leave here today selecting a committee, a transformation committee, in the hands of these young lions, we will get a lot done. I also need to tell you that the entities, organizations, and the companies that established our previously advantaged brothers to the state where they are right now, as the masters of real estate, does not exist anymore. Those platforms have disappeared. They've gone, like how that lady has discussed, they've gone into Uber, they've gone into all the other companies. When our forefathers were trying to get into the industry, those companies assisted the previously advantaged companies to actually put us backwards. Where we are today is in a very sad place. Minister, we feel like we are the stepchildren. We're being treated like the stepchildren. I'm hearing people here that have the ability but do not have the capacity to go forward because we're on our own. And if we don't speak to the minister today, in the next 10 years, my son is here, he's 18 years old, you will sit with him and talk to the new minister. If we don't establish a committee today transforming the industry, even if it's a temporary one. I come from KZN. I've been involved in transformation with the board. I went to a company called Hewlett's, the sugar plantation people. I took a committee from the board. The gentleman has passed away, but he came there drunk from the board with all wrong figures. We went to go ask them for money for the One Learnership, the One Learner program. It was a total disgrace. There are so many institutions that benefited from apartheid, and sorry I'm bringing this 30 years later, that have to pay for the sins because of where we are today, that we don't have to look for money. We don't have to go and increase the Fidelity Fund certificate costs here for these brothers and sisters to transform the industry. We must go back to the people that benefited from apartheid, including the banks, and they need to give us the money to go forward. In KZN, I represent an organization called JASMAX. We're an estate agency. We've got 18 branches established. We don't want, how could the PPRA ask us to go to be mentored by individuals or companies that we want to take over? We don't want to be part of Rawson. Excuse me when I say this because it might be a good company, but I don't want to be part of Wakefield's. I don't want to be part of Remax. I want a South African real estate company, mostly black-owned, and when we are where we are, nobody must say, ha, I gave you the money to do that. I want to do it on our own strength. We've got the best minister ever. She is... If we do not get this done, we should not leave today if there's not a committee there. I'm not old. This is the outcome. This is the outcome. And guys, it's not a joke, it's serious. This is the outcome of trying to do it yourself. I'm telling you, I'm not old. You do this thing yourself, you're going to end up worse than me. We have a minister here who will appoint a board today, a committee today to take us forward. I travel from KZN.
I have a board already. I can't appoint it. It will be legal. I can't appoint another board.
Well, no, not to do the PPRA. In fact, you need to get the PPRA to do their job, regulation. You cannot leave transformation to the PPRA, and I love that brother, and I love my sister. But they overworked. We need a transform. In fact, until such time, Minister, that we get a Minister of Transformation appointed by Uncle Cyril, you should do that. Appoint us now. I'm prepared to be the father because I think I'm the oldest here. I don't know whether he called me a disciple or whatever it was, but I'd love to be part of this. I was part of it. We did a mess up with it. And you know what? It's constructive criticism, Minister. This was done before. I don't know whether they give you guys a big budget to host us, but really it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So I'm just waiting. If everybody stopped talking and we got a committee there, not a committee to replace the PPRA, a committee for us to go forward. If there's one sister here that wants to open a real estate firm, don't talk to the PPRA. They're very busy. Talk to me. I've got 30 years of experience. I can tell you how it's going to work. I can even tell you where you're going to get your money from to pay for the best secretary. You understand? So let's get this done.
Thank you very much. Can we look at the hands again? Which one? Yeah, in the middle. I'm taking the last one from the middle. I'm taking the last one from the middle. Then I will go that side again. I'm taking the last one from the middle. Yeah, put it down and raise it for 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Minister and everybody. I just love the conversation of that other young lady on the far side of the wall there. Oh, I'll join your team any day. Anyway, so I think we're on the same page. And the reality is that I'm saying to everybody here now that there are more black agents out there than there are white agents. It's just that we're all driven underground. And I look at myself perhaps as a black agent or whatever, because the smaller guys are the ones that are getting hammered, left, right, and center. I don't see anybody here from the Big Five or whatever one they call themselves putting their hands up and saying, oh, shame, and what are you doing to the agents? They're relishing in all this over-regulation. And it's literally driving people underground. Now, one of the other big issues that we face, especially in the south of Joburg and I'm sure in other places, is that the illegal foreign nationals are running amok as estate agencies. And I brought this up and up and up again with the board, and they do zip because they'd rather go for us South Africans because we're easy targets. Okay, so like that lady saying, you guys need to get your act together, get them sorted out, then you can come for us. That's my point. Another big factor is you're talking about transformation. And I ask myself, why do we always have these magnificent venues in Sandton, and why not in Soweto, or on the East Rand, or in Pretoria? Why not? Why must we all always travel to Sandton? Another point is, Minister, I don't know, perhaps you can talk to your compatriot in the legal side of things. There's a vast amount of small attorney firms that are stealing from clients left, right, and center. And it is a massive, massive thing out there. I was at the Legal Practice Council the other day because my clients lost 2 million rand with an attorney. And she said to me, it is rife. And I cannot understand why these lawyers keep on doing it, because they never go to jail. That's my point, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That gentleman there, yes.
Sure, thank you so much. I think the tensions in the room, they explain that we truly appreciate this opportunity. I myself drove this morning from Bloemfontein. My name is Mbulelo James, and I observe all the protocol. I think the objective is very clear: policy documents and strategy. Mine, I want to propose to the Honorable Minister that perhaps decentralization would work. CSOS already is doing it. They are setting up an office in Bloemfontein so that certain functions, they can be handled at the provincial level. And then the second one, in terms of unregistered agents, I think in the past there was a collaboration with attorneys to ask for FFCs. Can't we extend the invitation also to the banks and also to NSFAS, especially when it comes to student accommodation, so that they would require FFCs before they could do business with them? And then I think the other issues that are a bit sensitive, I would find a way to talk to the minister regarding the Free State. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience waiting for your opportunity. Can I just ask us not to overcrowd the minister with the questions for now? Let's allow her to respond, and then we will take the last round. And I want to appeal again, if your question has been answered or has been raised, rather, it's okay not to proceed and raise it. I can tell you there's been one question that has been repeated, for example, on transformation, that we have been talking about transformation since 1994. It has been a common theme right through. I'm not saying it's not important. It's very important. But just to manage time, can we recognize that a matter or a question has been raised? And then we can go on to the other issues. And Minister, you are under no obligation to respond to all the questions. Yeah. Which one was that? Eh? Oh, yes. Yeah. So we will also take these questions and answer. No, of course, we're taking that thing serious. I think I spoke briefly about it earlier on when I was addressing that we have already started doing work, particularly with HOAs and the body corporates, insofar as them complying and so on. But there's also an issue that I might have not dealt with, which is onboarding of the property developers, such as your Baldwin and so on and so forth. The delay that we have is general, and indeed the intention is to bring them on board so that all of them can comply and be required to have FFCs, and they can start making rentals available and sales available on the basis of the FFCs. But moreover, we want to open doors, particularly for the agents that seek opportunities in those areas. I'm sure that the CEO, in her input, she will elaborate further on that, but it's something that we are indeed working on. So it has received our attention. I've also indicated the issue of the illegal practitioners that are in infestation. That's the word I used earlier on, all over the show. And what we're also looking at, it's foreign nationals, without even saying illegal foreign nationals, but looking at the foreign nationals in general, because in terms of the South African legal framework, when a person comes to South Africa, it's on a basis of a visa. And that visa will allow you to do certain things. What we know is that if you want to do business in South Africa, there has got to be a special permit that Home Affairs grants to you for you to do business. And there are certain requirements. And we have just started to say, hold on a minute, we need to make sure that people are also complying with these requirements so that it's not just a party for all and sundry, let alone those that are illegal. It's a matter that we are also concerned about, and it's something that we are indeed attending to. Those are the few things that I thought I should speak to. But board members, I think I must also hear your voices. Oh, the minister is rescuing you. It's okay. Tato.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start from the bottom and I'll work my way up. Mbulelo James, he was my classmate from first grade until matric, so I'm very happy to see you here after all these years. The issue around decentralization of work, the minister did approve the organogram for the PPRA last year in September, and the idea is to do just that. So there will be offices in where there's a concentration of property practitioners. So for example, there will be an office in KZN. There is an office in the Western Cape that we're trying to expand, and obviously the Free State, and those fall under the purview of the COO. So it will be phased in, hopefully in the third quarter, we will start opening up offices in those areas. The NSFAS one, I'll have the minister tackle it, is that okay? And then there was a question or a comment around illegal foreign nationals. It is noted, say. Then there was a question on the other side around bank panels. How come we don't get work for bank panels? I have challenged one of the major banks because I said, we give you business, but every time you have stock, our practitioners don't get. So we are having those conversations, and I'll ensure that we do follow through, because it is a concern, because you are putting more money into the hands of people who already have money, who already have stock, who already have a database. And I really do feel that there needs to be a representation of black SMMEs in the sector. So that one, you have my word on it. Not like you don't have my word on other things, but I am following up on that SIPO. Minister, I'll let you answer. Well, let me not delegate, I'm sorry. Let me stay in my lane. Then there was an issue around the trust account. So if there are conveyancers in the room, they are going to kill me for saying this. But as property practitioners, as a principal, we are not saying close your trust accounts. No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying in the new regime, if you don't sell, for example, because there are those tenants who just do rentals, for example, who are not necessitated to have a trust account. But if you are a sales property practitioner and you do have a trust account, do use it, right? And I know it also has to do with a lot of consumer awareness, because a lot of potential buyers or even sellers out there don't know that as a property practitioner, you can have your money put in your trust account, provided that you have a 3PIM account that is audited. But as a practitioner myself, you are attracting liability. Can we agree? But if you are competent, yes, you do use it. So I just wanted to clarify that point that Advocate Deborah made, saying you don't have to use a trust account. If that was your understanding, I just wanted to clarify that. Services SETA, Joseph, maybe, if I may, through you, Minister, maybe just answer it. Why do we use services CETA and not necessarily practitioners to train some of your, and I think maybe Sipho was alluding to, like RPL programs. Is that what you're alluding to? If you can just touch on it, why use services CETA? I honestly don't have an answer to that. And then I think I'll stop there for now. If you can just come in on the section as well. And was that Vuiswa? Yes, around that's the chairperson for NPCC. Just well, I do concede to the speed of execution, Vuiswa, but it's not an excuse. We should be intentional about just accelerating some of the programs under Transformation Fund. And I did mention in my opening around just the candidacy program that has now has taken off the ground. And maybe, Joseph, you can just expand more on the other 3 programs and the timelines thereof. Thanks.
Acting CEO, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen.
Don't. I still have to answer.
Oh, sorry.
There are issues that before you take over program direct, we've taken your time, I know. But there are issues that I think I should answer directly. I know Tato spoke about the issue of the banks in terms of the work. I do engage with the banks through Banking Association of South Africa. One of the issues, I think the time frame as well is important, but one of the things that we had to agree with, which is being done now, was previously, if you remember, majority of the companies would not register in the database where you would be allocated when they resell the properties, which now they did. I think it started, especially when they were dealing with the issues around COVID-19, people who could not afford the houses. I think you would know that. And then they started increasing the number of people they would have on their database to be able to allocate. Quite a number of people were not there. We saw the list in terms of the number of people, in terms of increase. But I think what I think Sipho is raising is the time it takes to be given or allocated. That other companies are given 6 months as a lead, whereas they, as small businesses, are given 3 weeks, which we'll have to take up with the banks in terms of that. The second issue, I think, around proactiveness, there's quite a lot of work that we are doing in terms of ensuring that we proactively, that's why I spoke about the conversation within the portfolio on just allocating as part of transformation to where we fund through SHRA and NHFC. There's that work, and I think they are here in the afternoon, NHFC specifically, to be able to talk about that, so that we utilize that platform as transformational issues, getting SMMEs and all those to sell those properties. And this is the work that I said the CEO is driving. And then there's an issue that Vuiswa raises around link. What we have done, resuscitated, for example, in the portfolio, forums of the portfolio. One, in terms of whether you have CEOs forums, chaired by the DG with all the CEOs on the portfolio. You have CFOs forum that is chaired by the CFO of the department, and then communication forum. So those 3, I insisted when I got into the portfolio that those forums must be so that there's sharing of information, but ensuring that within the same portfolio we have interlinked between the work that we are doing. There's an issue around being treated like stepchildren. I think the issue for me has been around platforms that are created, and that's why we said we agreed on this platform. Previously, there's not been a platform created for engagement, and I hear that there was. But when I checked with the department whether there has been an engagement between minister and the sector, and I was told there hasn't been. So it's not completely true that we're doing things the same way as old. Yes, we might have taken time to implement, for example, the transformational fund, We've had conversation. I've had to answer in Parliament why after 6 months have passed, we've not implemented. It's all those that we take cognizance of and we take responsibility, I think, and acknowledge, as the CEO has said. Now, coming to the issue of a committee, I don't want to sit here and lie. I'm not going to do the committee, colleagues. I have a board that I've appointed to do the work. They must do the work. If they can't do the work, they are going to have to excuse us and we appoint the board. That's the law. Because if I start doing anything else outside the law, it's going to be a problem. I hate bureaucracy, naturally. Creating committees on top of committees never solves the problem. Increases bureaucracy. When we appoint the board, we call for public nomination. Everybody has to apply. Players, everybody. We've done that. I have appointed the board. The minute I appoint a committee, I'm saying I have no confidence in my board. I cannot do that as a minister. I want to be honest with you. I'm one person, that's what you'd get with me. Everybody knows. A weakness I have is that God didn't give me diplomacy. I call things as they are. And I do not make false promises. I make commitments on what I know I'll be able to do. So what I expect from the board is this one, is that the board will interact with you, because I've appointed them to do that. They will interact with you, where their feedback, you will have these platforms with me as I committed. But I can't create a committee on top of the committee I have. This committee is expected to interact with you, get feedback, and implement what we have agreed upon. Because the law does not say, if you look at the chapters in the Act itself, where it talks about transformation and the transformation fund, it's chapter 4, section 20. It doesn't give me powers to go and appoint an advisory or a committee beyond what I've appointed. So there are laws and there are rules that we've got to be able to operate within. I'm one person that wants to operate within the prescripts of the law and the policies, so that tomorrow, when I'm asked, why did you do that, I can answer. If I'm taken to court, I can answer. So I hope that would be understood in the spirit that I'm saying. Let's all hold our board accountable, together holding the executive there accountable. We have committed, I committed when I came to the portfolio, on stabilizing the portfolio, ensuring that we have a board that is fit and proper, ensuring that we appoint people in the board, even from practitioners that are coming from the sector. The reason the acting CEO is doing so well, and I said, I'm proud of the decision we took, is because she's been a practitioner in the sector. She came in, she knows what the problem she faced, and she's solving those problems. That's what is important. What we need to do is to give confidence. Let's support them, colleagues. That's my appeal. Let's support them to be able to move. And thank you, Vuiswa, for the feedback that there is a light in the end of the tunnel. You can see the improvement. What we need is the agency and speed improvement so that we can implement better. And I think the feedback about that we must speak, we must walk the talk. Let's not talk about transformation, but not act about transformation. The choices that we make where we are going to have our meetings, the venues that we choose, the people that we utilize must speak to that. And that's the message that we are here about, and that's what we're hearing, and in what we're saying. So the law speaks about what we need to do in terms of property sector and transformation. If we look at chapter 20, 21, it talks about what we need to do in terms of the issues around the fund. Now, here there is a leeway that can be utilized to close the gap in terms of what other people have raised. If you look at the Property Sector Transformation Fund, section 21, subsection 2, it says the minister may prescribe measures to promote economic transformation by facilitating accessibility of finance for property ownership, property development, and investment in order to enable meaningful participation of historically disadvantaged individuals, including women, youth, and people with disability. So there it does prescribe that minister can put measures. So we could utilize that where there are gaps and close those gaps through that. And that's what I'm saying. As we work, let's understand we operate within the law. Minister is not above the law, can't do things outside the law that is prescribed. Thank you very much. Program Director, you can come back. Oh, sorry, even on the issue of service on the SETA is prescribed by the law. If you look in that chapter, section 21, subsection 4, you'll see that the authority must, so it doesn't say may, must, in consultation with the services SETA, develop special dispensation for training and development of the historically disadvantaged, which must include recognition of priority. So there are prescriptions that are must for us. It's not optional. It will help us to familiarize ourselves more intensely with the Act, because that's what I expect PPRA to operate within, not outside what the Act says. Once they do that, I crack the whip. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you for taking one of my questions that I was going to answer. So I think perhaps what I should acknowledge from the outset before I respond to, just briefly, to the questions raised around transformation, I need to acknowledge that there's a lot that is happening now. Perhaps what we're not doing is to communicate that which has been done to the industry and the members of the public. Now, the issue around which programs are run by the PPRA in response to the transformation mandate, I thought I alluded to the list of programs that are currently underway, being the candidacy program, where we are intending to produce principals, but we are also, more importantly, not just pipelining these people to be future principals, because again, there was also a concern that we're not focusing on the existing principals. We are, because the people that are currently training these people to become principals are the existing principals. Perhaps if you are not part of the program, it's just a question of you not actually having participated in the space. The work readiness is another program where we're running the one learner, and we were asked as to how many learners we have. I've answered that during the presentation, that we have 358 learners in 8 provinces. We are going to begin running the same program in the Northern Cape with the assistance of Rosen. There was also a question around why Rosen. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we engage, and those that are willing to be party to the transformation agenda, we visited Northern Cape. We asked who are the black practitioners in the space with the necessary expertise, given the technical nature of what they would need to impart as skills to these young people joining the sector. We couldn't find one, and we are also still inviting those that are in the Northern Cape that can actually help us to transform the sector. It was not something that we just decided that we're going to go to Rosen. We invited different property practitioners in the area. Then only Rosen pitched in the Northern Cape. That's how we got to that decision. The issue around incubation and SMME, I indicated that we are intending to roll this out to select 12 companies that will also be part of the program, but the balance of 13 is subject to us securing funding to get to 25. I just thought that we need to actually just make sure that, yes, there are concerns, but I feel that we are being assessed based on history. Just give us time, we'll come back and do a report back, and hopefully it will be a rosy picture. But right now we acknowledge that unfortunately, given the past, we are actually walking against the tide. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now supposed to go on lunch, but there are questions that are actually coming from online. Perhaps what we should do, Chairperson, with your guidance, we can take the last round of questions, but there are also questions from online. I would suggest that we prioritize those that are online, because we have not given them a chance at all. And then after that, we can obviously go for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. We are due for lunch, and I'm sure you are all starving because some of you are here at 8:30. So we will do it in this manner. We'll go to lunch, and then when we come back, there is a session later on for question and answers again after the panelists, and then that's when the Minister will also then engage some of your questions. And then we'll address the ones that are from the people who are streaming online. And then also just around regulations, when the Minister did her opening earlier, she spoke on, if you've got questions, burning questions or issues around the regulations, what you'd like to see, because she's the only one who has the power to change the regulations. So I think maybe when we come back, let's, shift our mindset in that regard. Thank you.
Hello? Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is actually just outside this wall here. There are people outside to direct you to the venue. Please, let's have lunch, but I suggest that we actually have an hour lunch and then we can come back and then start again. Thank you. They refused. Oh.
Recording stopped.
Epidemic Sound is basically a royalty-free soundtrack company. So it's where I go to when I want to get
The thing is, the people that we need are not here. Colleagues that are still having lunch, please, we would like to start time. You don't want to leave late just because you're not coming back. Guys that are still having lunch would like to start. We're waiting for you. We should take 2 chairs. start, please? Okay. Not on that one. Colleagues that are still outside would like to start, please. Can we please make our way back into the venue, please? PPRA staff, can you just close those doors there so that people can see that we are starting, because time is not on our side. Let's close those doors and start. Okay. I have somebody that has lost their bank card. If you've lost your bank card, please see me. It is a Standard Bank Gold card, unless if you want me to go and buy mashwam with it. I'm happy to do that immediately after the session. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you that are still outside, please join us as we'd like to start, please. And then? Check. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start. So before we went for lunch, there were questions that were not answered. Can we settle down, please, because we want to start? Guys, we need more time to entertain all your questions. Can we settle down, please? Okay, just a quick reminder. You need to scan this barcode using your smartphone. Capture your details there so that we can obviously have your personal information, and then we'll obviously be able to contact you using this information here. Right? Now, next up, we're going to actually have CSOS talk to us, and we're going to welcome on stage Mrs. Thembelihle Mbatha to come and address us. Thembelihle, please join us and let's have the conversation. Thank you. Back forward.
Thank you, Program Director, and good afternoon to everyone. I'm getting the graveyard shift, so there's no round of applause to pick me up. Then I'm going to take 2 hours. Oh, thank you very much. That's encouraging. So I'm Thembelihle Mbatha. I'm the Acting Chief Ombud for the Community Scheme Ombud Service. With the discussions earlier, it appears that you do know about us and what we do. So my presentation will be brief and it will be short. It will literally cover our mandate, an overview as the CSOS. We are one of the sister entities of the PPRA. All of us are in the human settlement space. And I'll just cover, high level, our summary, what our strategic outcomes are, and the collaboration that talks to transformation as well. I'm not hoping to raise more questions about transformation, but that's the steam train that we're all going onto, and we hope it will catch some momentum. So who is the CSOS? What is a community scheme? What's CSOS' role in the property sector? We also almost feel like the stepchild as well from time to time, but it's good because we're all stepchildren in one room today. So basically, we are a public entity, and we established in terms of the CSOS Act, and we also established to regulate the conduct of parties within a community scheme. And I'll touch on what a community scheme is, and it's the space we are all playing in, basically. So we're a national entity. We do have a board of directors, as the Honorable Minister said earlier on. If there's no performance, she'll start with the board of directors, and then it will come to us, and then so it goes. So we have an interest in removing practices that are undesirable, unfair practices that we see within the property space, and also governance bodies that operate within the community schemes. We want to see increase in value, because what you find, if you have incorrect governance, you don't have the right people in the space, the value of these properties that you guys are the stock, it depreciates in value. So we want to discourage that and encourage proper governance within shared property spaces. So what is a community scheme? In essence, when we say a community scheme, it's all those sectional title schemes that we see out there. Share block companies, they do actually form part of what we regulate. We also have homeowners property association, the HOAs that were touched on earlier on. And also schemes for retired persons, they fall within our mandate. And housing cooperatives, they also form part of what we define as a community scheme in terms of the Act. So this is the space that you guys are in. These are the schemes where you guys sell properties to, or even, engage in that space. So what's our role as the CSOS? In terms of what we do, we provide education, we provide training and documentation, we review the rules. So we touched on some of the issues around undesirable rules earlier on, where you find schemes, these estates, they put a rule that says you can't sell in my estate until you pay 80,000 rand. That's an unconstitutional rule, it's an undesired rule. So those rules for those particular community schemes come to us for review and verification. And then we issue a compliance certificate around that. So I think first and foremost, what you guys can assist us with, as you sell these properties and you give people, the lowdown on what this estate entails, just ask for whether the scheme itself is compliant with the CSOS rules. That will help a long way. You won't get them calling you and say, you sold me this property, the neighbors are awful, this property is depreciating. So we can all assist each other in helping in the property sector. So the other thing we do is scheme registration. So those that are in development, in the development space, you can't even open that development without getting a certificate from the CSOS. So you have these runaway developments that crop up that are not compliant, report them to us. We've got a new compliance and enforcement unit that will crack these down as well. So we do dispute resolution. We promote communal living at a less cost. As you'll know, we all pay levies in these setups. So as part of the levy that you pay, it's a levy that comes to the CSOS. It ranges to a maximum of 40 rand, can start from 2 rand, 3 rand, 6 rand, depends on the space, or depends on the square meters of how much land you're taking in that space, as well as the admin levies that are charged. So we calculate that based on that. So in terms of consumer training and awareness, we also provide training that covers not only homeowners, but covers trustees, it covers yourselves, it covers those of you that are practicing as managing agents. So at any point in time when you need a training request, we as the CISOs are there to assist, to be able to train, as well as the trustees in that regard. And we regulate good governance. So like I indicated, we issue documents called practice directives, where we cover areas such as undesirable rules. I can cite a few of the undesirable rules, for instance, something like you can't slaughter inside your estate. We stay in a democratic country. Everyone has the right to exercise whatever religious or whatever practice that they want within the confines of their space. So that would be an undesirable rule, for instance, and the one that I touched on earlier about exorbitant fees to be able to participate within that particular scheme. So the other thing that we do, so we generally deal with any other matters that give effect to us as our existence within the Act, and we act as a mediator. So as our role as CISOs, part of our conciliation practices is to do mediation. So really, if there's an issue between you as a managing agent and whatever the case may be, the trustees, the scheme, we can do the mediation part of it. We don't want it to get to adjudication stage where there's no win-win situation. So basically, there's a winner and a loser. But when we start with mediation, we definitely help. So with us, we're not competing with anyone. We want to be a credible world-class ombuds service in South Africa. So we don't have competition. Our competition is out there. We are here to help you and raise the flag of the country quite high. So just touching on a few of those missions and values, which I won't get into, but the outcomes that we want is to foster efficient and an integrated government. That's why we are collaborating with the PPRA, and I'll touch on some of the areas where we are collaborating. And also to regulate these schemes that you guys operate in. Justice, effective justice for everyone involved. So empowered stakeholders are really going to take the country forward and increase the value for the property sector. If you guys are not empowered with the education that we have, that we can give free to you, then it might not assist the cause. And the last but not least is transformation of community schemes. By transformation, in our case, we mean that, for instance, you'll see schemes, it's almost like a closed sector. In that particular scheme, you'll have the auditor being the brother of the developer, the security guard being the sister of the brother that is the person running the, and the property practitioner that's selling the houses is the cousin of, so it becomes really quite incestuous, if you can put it that way. So those are kind of practices that we don't encourage, but that's where transformation needs to come in. People don't attend AGMs. I'm sure all of you that sell properties in these areas don't attend the AGM. Well, you might be an interested party because really the voting rights belong to the homeowners that stay there, but it wouldn't harm if you could also be involved in those areas. So how will we then interact with managing agents and property practitioners? As the CISOs, we've also got the sectional title Scheme Management Act, where we deal with matters related to service addresses, debt collection, unanimous and special resolutions. And you will know now, the economy is very bad. So the first thing people start doing, not paying their levies. They start running from you guys to pay your commission, and it's now stories and dilly-dallying. So some of those areas can fall within our space in terms of mediation, but we also then refer these cases to PPRA. And we do dispute resolution, as I've touched on, annual scheme returns. That's what we look at in terms of compliance. And we also verify managing agents' code of conduct and registration with PPRA. So we've got what we call a panel of executive managing agents. When you find a scheme that is in distress, it's being run down, it's not being taken care of, we've got yourselves as property practitioners where we can invoke sections in the Act to say we are handing over the scheme to an executive managing agent. So these are adverts that we do, but you guys don't participate. We actually struggle to get property practitioners in our panel of executive managing agents. So that is a new space that you can definitely play in. But the preamble to that is that you must comply with the PPRA regulations. So you must be compliant to form part of our panel. And then they report misconduct to us. So as we find cases that have a feature of misconduct from property practitioners or managing agents, we then report it to PPRA. So it will be important for us to work together to strengthen the enforcement in that regard. So the future that we're looking for, I touched on the issue of transformation programs. So we are bound, in terms of our other act, to appoint a panel of executive managing agents. And these are for the schemes that I have indicated that are in distress. And we do that. We check your experience, your skill, whether you've managed schemes before, then we recommend you in that regard. So we've launched the panel in 2021 November and February 2022. So the panel is active. We'll be doing another call for that in this next quarter. So if you do have the skills, you've managed a community scheme before, and you are capable, compliant with the PPRA, there's no need why you don't need to take up the opportunity and just get involved as well. So to speed up transformation in the sector, we are having engagements with the PPRA, as well as developing these EMAs. So we don't take it for granted that experience doesn't come automatically when you get your accreditation. So we'll partner you up with the bigger managing agents in terms of mentorship. We've already signed agreements with Preto, Trafalgar, Mid-City, some of those ones that are big in the space of managing agent specifically. So this you'll get in the slides. I'm not going to go into detail with it. It's after lunch, I understand. So it's in the slides which are in your USBs. You can see what the requirements are to become part of the EMA. Then you can assist us in that. And in conclusion, colleagues, I'd just like to say collaboration is a key part of success of any organization, whether it be the PPRA, whether it be us as CISOS. So when we execute it properly and clearly, defined vision with missions, and transparent in our communication, which I think is what took place today. You guys have been very transparent with your concerns. We can definitely be successful. So coming together today here is the first step, and keeping together would be progress, and working together will be success. I'd like to end it on that note. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move to the next agenda item on the program, and that is a speech or presentation by Jabulani Fagazi from NHFC. Please help me welcome Mr. Fagazi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Greetings to the Chairperson of the Board and the Board of the PPRA. My name is Jabulani Fagazi from NHFC, and thank you for inviting us so that you can share with the practitioners what they can benefit from NHFC. My presentation mainly is going to be on first home finance. But before I do that, I need to share with you who NHFC is. NHFC is a development finance institution that is wholly owned by government, reporting to the Minister of Human Settlements. She appoints our board, and our board cracks the whip on us that we must deliver as expected. NHFC was established in 1996. But we are in transition to become the Human Settlements Development Bank. This follows the merger of Rural Housing Loan Fund and Nurture under NHFC banner as the first step towards establishing the HSDP. That's where we are now. The Minister indicated that as NHFC, we have a role to play in addressing some of the challenges that were raised here this morning. One of the challenges is around providing development finance to practitioners, especially developers. What you'll note here is one of our products. We finance social housing in partnership with SHRA, because SHRA provide grant funding and we come with debt funding to the SHIs. Apart from that, we also provide funding for private rental, which includes accommodation for students, student accommodation here. In addition to that, we also provide funding for affordable housing. That's where most developers deliver stock that is accessed by people who are in the first home finance market, the first-time home buyers. This is here. In addition to that, we have other products. I'm not going to touch on all of them, but I'm just going to talk about first home finance, which in fact I will then zoom in on after this slide. I wanted to highlight that what you see here are products that can address some of the pains that the practitioners face. I think other than just debt funding, I can indicate that we also provide equity finance. We have a corporate finance division that look at applications, to address the aspect of equity where applicants for our debt funding are having challenges. Now, the main topic. Okay, we are back. Yeah. The minister earlier on indicated that first home finance has relevance, to practitioners. I think many of you will know what was called FLISP, Finance Linked Individual Subsidy Program. That name no longer exists, ladies and gentlemen. The minister in February launched the new brand name of FLISP and called it First Home Finance. The reason for that was that we had to use the name that resonates with the purpose of the program, that is to assist people who aspire to build or buy their first homes. And she said it's First Home Finance. Now, it's not totally different from your previous FLISP in that it still focuses on the same market, households earning between 3,501 up to 22,000. These are people who find it difficult to access adequate housing unassisted, but also who cannot access free government subsidized house because they are too rich, apparently. Now, in terms of what does then the subsidy provide? The subsidy is actually on a sliding scale. The lower you earn, the higher the subsidy. At the bottom of the income bracket are households earning 3,501. Currently, they qualify for the maximum subsidy of 169,265. And we are grateful to the minister because she announced this new subsidy quantum and it became effective on the 1st of April this year. Looking at the first quarter numbers, we have seen a huge impact of that increased quantum in terms of benefiting the targeted beneficiaries of the program. Previously, and since inception in 2005, FLISP, as it was called then, was only implemented with mortgages. But colleagues will agree with me that people in South Africa, many of them do not qualify for mortgages because of lower incomes in the first place, but if you go to rural areas, because there's no title to land. Now, with the changes in the revised policy, the options have been expanded to access the subsidy. And we think this is a game changer, because for the first time, people in rural areas with PTOs will be able to access subsidy. People accessing pension-backed loans will be able to apply and access a subsidy. And similarly, people in stockfields, community-based organizations will also be able to access the subsidy. And that's a huge market if you look at the low-income levels in South Africa. In fact, if you look at the NCR reports, you'll see that more than 98% of the mortgages granted are to households earning above 15,000. So you can imagine the huge market that has been left behind. Now the question is, what can the subsidy be used for? You can use it to buy a house or to build a house, of course, in a housing development, or you can buy an existing house in the secondary market. You can also use the subsidy to buy a stand and be able maybe to build later when you have access to home loans and housing finance. One of the important aspects of policy is that when you're building a new house, certainly that house must be enrolled with the NHBRC, and also the builder must be registered with the NHBRC. And then you can also use the subsidy to cover other transaction costs, that are entailed in buying a property. Now, who can apply for the subsidy? The South African citizens, as well as those who have achieved permanent resident status in South Africa. Of course, you must have financial dependence. You must fall within the income that I've spoken about. You must not have benefited previously from any of the government subsidy programs. And also, you must not have owned a home, because when you apply, we'll do the searches and we'll find in the deeds register that you already own a home, or have previously owned a home, and then will be declined. Or you have previously received a free house in Free State, and then you went to Northwest, and then you apply, again will be declined. Now, how can you then apply for the subsidy? I think maybe some practitioners here will be familiar with how to apply for the subsidy. There has been many challenges in the past, emanating mainly from the fact that applying for the subsidy was a manually driven process. We are in the process of automating how you apply for the subsidy. I think the minister earlier spoke about the importance of digitization. That's very important. So what we have done, we have taken an existing system and basically enhanced it so that it can enable many applicants to apply online. We have an online portal. You can apply for the subsidy in the comfort of your home, wherever you are in the country. What I will show you here is just a high-level application portal. So anybody, whether you are a beneficiary, you are an estate agent, bond originator, or other parties, you can actually go to the portal and apply online, and then upload and upload required documents, to back up your application for the subsidy. We have a team that look at quality control. Once they are happy that everything is in, and then the application will pass the system, will pass the portal and go to the system and get processing. Once it's here in the system, that's when the searches will be done in the databases that we use. And then once we get the feedback, and then you will be able to give the feedback to the applicant or whoever is assisting the applicant for the subsidy. What we have found is that this system, even though it's an interim system, it has produced, I would say, better turnaround times compared to what we have seen before. Of course, there are still pains because there are still delays that are experienced in the system. And one of the reasons for that is because this system, we are still linked to the HSS in the department, and then through that we are able to do the searches. So if the HSS is down for whatever reason, and then we'll also be adversely affected. So in the long term, NHFC, as a transition to become the HSDP, we're looking at establishing a bespoke system that will enable us to do the searches directly to the relevant databases. We believe that will also bring about even more efficiencies and better turnaround times. Now, coming to our partnership with the PPRA, we have an MOU that we have signed with the PPRA, and the main reason for us to partner with the PPRA is to support the transformation agenda, because there is a huge role that we need to play as a sector, not just the PPRA by itself or NHFC or CISOs. Collectively as a sector, we need to work together to make sure that the transformation agenda is successful. We believe that as practitioners, you stand to benefit from First Home Finance, because the main purpose of this subsidy is to enhance affordability of home ownership. So people will be able to afford to buy new homes, and there are developers delivering those homes. There are a number of players who are involved, and we believe that by supporting PPRA in the transformation agenda, we'll be effectively supporting the practitioners, to grow their businesses, especially the emerging ones, because they need to enter, but also they need to grow their businesses. So by making sure that home ownership is affordable for the targeted beneficiaries, the practitioners will also be benefiting in the process. I think the minister earlier on highlighted the importance of what we are doing to the whole economy. I will skip this slide and go to the last slide. If you look at it, what we deliver a home, housing asset. There is a perspective from an individual who owns this asset. It becomes an economic asset and financial asset. It's a social asset as well. But the perspective is bigger than that. Now, this talks to what Minister was talking about, economic growth. Delivering a home or a house has backward and forward linkages and multiplier effects on the economy. So that contributes to the economic growth in this country. And then we're talking about sustainable human settlements. We're talking about job creation. So what I'm saying, colleagues, is that what we do in this sector is more important than just delivering homes or houses, but we are actually contributing to the economic growth of this country, to job creation, and also creating sustainable human settlements. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for staying with us. We are still continuing. We are still carrying on, and we're still learning about what PPRA and the sister entities are doing. But we thought that what we should do, because there are multiple role players in the property value chain, it will be critical then to get different perspectives on how those other role players interact with the property practitioners. So, next up we have a panel discussion, and that is going to be led by our acting CEO. So I'm first going to invite the panelists to come upstage and take up their seats. They know themselves, and the CEO will then obviously join you to facilitate the conversation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We surely do appreciate it. We have panelists comprising of role players, industry players. These are the people who are on the ground. They are the ones who know the concerns, and I thought it would be prudent to invite them because they know firsthand what is happening in the sector that we love so much. I will just ask each and every one of them to briefly just introduce themselves. Their biographies are flighted, but it's always good to hear from the horse's mouth, of who you are, why you're in the sector, are we transforming, and what is it that we can do better as a regulator. So I will start on my left, and it's always, I know earlier we were saying that there's no representation of black principals in the sector. So when there are sisters who have been in the sector for almost a decade and a half, you'd want to hear how come, what's so different about you, and I'm sure there's somebody sitting in this room today who wants to also stick it out like you have and without giving up. So I'll give it over to you. Tell us who you are.
Good afternoon, Dumelang. My name is Kele. Sure, I've been in this industry, as Tato said, for I think 13 years or so. Started off just being lastig. I was a tenant, and I thought, this looks interesting. How about I get a job? That's what I thought. But then when I got in there, I thought, okay, this could actually be a career. This is something that I can do. Being in the industry so long, as Tato said, there are a lot of challenges, But at the same time, I want to add, for those young ones that are in the room, it's enjoyable, to be honest. If you put away all sorts of the problems, the FFCs, this, that, it's enjoyable. And I'm grateful that when I started out, that's when also at the time the EAB was saying you need to study for it, because a lot of us just do it because it's a job, So that's how I pretty much stuck it out. I enjoyed the fact that I could actually study and do something that I'm passionate about at the same time. So yeah, 13 years on, you'll see in my biography, I'm passionate about transformation and very big on training, which is something that I think we need a lot. It has been addressed, but I do think that we could train more. We could train more, be it somebody fresh from out of school or somebody who decides later in life that I would like to do this. But I do think we could do quite a bit more with training. But we'll talk more about that later. Thank you.
Earlier on, when I said if there are any conveyances in the room, you'll be upset from what I was about to say. We do have a conveyancer, Madame. So tell the room who you are and what is it that you do in the sector.
Right. Thank you very much, the acting CEO. My name is Matrumi Matsetra. I am a conveyancer, if you like, an associate at the Adams & Adams Attorneys. And as you may know, conveyancers work a lot with the estate agents. And we likewise do the same. And when I joined the firm some years ago, we were not working a lot with the estate agents. And as a black person coming from the humble beginnings, I then saw the need to get to sit with our black agents. Actually, I would say all the agents, but we are targeting also mostly our black agents. We are giving them trainings. We are ushering them into the market, holding their hand, because the perception on the street was Adams & Adams is so big that it's not accessible to the startup estate agencies. And we have since partnered with many other stakeholders in the field, and they brought to our doors black estate agents, startups, and then we have together trained many, many agents out there who are today
actually operating at the highest level, and we are continuing to do that. And I hope today we are also going to share with you some of the work that we do, and we hope that you would find that quite insightful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madume. Next in line, we've got Bernice. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be honest. We enter the sector for various reasons, but the truth of the matter is this industry is lucrative, right? Otherwise, I don't think the room would be this full. So when I speak of it being lucrative, we're talking rands and cents. And this young lady before us today, she's a co-owner of a real estate firm with her mother, and they just closed one of the biggest deals in this recession, in this current economy that we find ourselves in. Bernice, greet the people.
Thank you so much. I'm Bernice Mahuku. I come from Sonolo Properties. We're based in Dainfern Fourways, but we service the Greater Gauteng and Northwest, specifically Rustenburg. Not to brag, but I will, since you mentioned it.
Go ahead, girl.
Thank you. On Friday, we just closed, I'll say we because my team was behind me, but I just closed a deal for 24 million in Helderfontein. So, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think I'll move on to Lisa. Thank you.
This industry, it's got its highs, it's got its lows, but I always say that what determines who stays is the passion, right? And that's what makes you wake up the next day. That's what makes you keep on going, even though the months or the seasons differ. So this young gentleman before us today is driven by passion, I'd like to believe. So introduce yourself to us.
Hi, everyone. Tembi's Winston Gunene here. I'm the founder of Libertalia Group and CEO of Mwesi Properties. So, yeah, so Libertalia Group is actually a stakeholding company. We show interests in real estate, finance, education, and technology. Under our real estate division, we own 4 agencies where we operate in real estate transactions. And then we've got our finance division where we facilitate bond origination and bridging finance, working together with the banks. And then on our education, which is my favorite division, we train especially the youth on NQF 4, NQF 5 accredited courses just to bridge the gap, especially for the unemployment, where we introduce them into the industry and we give them access to certain resources that allow them to propel in a very difficult industry. And then there's a technological side, which is just systems that allow us to be able to function and produce certain results.
Thank you. One of the most important components in the value chain in the sector that we play in is finance, right? You can have a potential buyer, you can have a potential seller, you can have a property practitioner, but it is very important that you have finance. And our next panelist is the one who's going to tell us what is it that they do to assist potential home or in future homeowners. Thank you, Robson.
Hi, my name is Robson, and I represent a company called Mortgage Market. Traditionally, we'll be known as a bond originator, but it's pretty difficult to place us in regards to what we do because we look at ourselves as more of a fintech. We do bond origination, but we also play in the personal loan space as well. We're one of the first companies in South Africa where you can get a pre-approval for any of your clients within 2 minutes. So you will know if your clients are going to get that bond or not. We use the same codes and same scorecards as the bank. So we try to get people into homes as quickly and also as efficiently as possible with a very big emphasis on technology.
Thank you so much, Robson. We've got property practitioners in the room. I think I'll start with you. And I would like for you to tell them what is it that they can do to expedite the bond applications. What are some of the hurdles that you see that can better assist you, so you can ultimately assist the potential purchaser?
Okay. So I'm going to give you some background on what we call a vanilla application, which we've had in our business, where someone has got all the documentation, they've submitted everything, and they've used our platform, and within the space of an hour, they've already got a few offers from the bank. And the lesson in that is that you need to understand your customers' needs, but also understand their constraints, right? As much as everyone wants to afford a certain level of house, you need to understand what the constraints of your customer is in regards to costs, and interview your customers so that when you are getting to the point of it's time to now make that application and make that submission, you've got all your documents ready. You know what they qualify for, you know plus minus what they don't qualify for as well. And that allows the process to be a lot more smoother once you understand what your customers' constraints are, but also understanding what your customers' needs are. I've always said that this is a game of quality more than it is about quantity. If you have 10 applications and you know that 5 of them might not qualify for a specific amount or bond, focus on the quality applications where you know that you've got all your documentation ready, you know that it's not going to be an issue with affordability, and you can get those people into homes quicker.
Thank you so much. Earlier, we heard the minister speak about technology. She has the love for technology. And what is it that you think that the sector can do in that space, and also in your space as a mortgage originator?
Yeah, I think, the world is moving at such a fast pace now where there's all these technology advancements, and the real estate industry, or this industry, is not necessarily taking advantage of that. And from the top of my mind, I would start looking at just 3 things. VR, virtual reality. How are we using virtual reality to actually do home showings, where you might not necessarily have the person in the same room as you, but you're using technology like VR, virtual reality headsets, where you can show someone an entire house when they're not even there. So that's one technology we can start looking at, is virtual reality. Every single person with a smartphone has some virtual reality capability at the moment. I think AI is the next one, where we're making use of AI for just decisioning based. So if we do get an application, we're using that to say, based on previous data sets and based on previous interactions, how we're using AI to actually get better decisioning, right? And this can be on the mortgage origination side, but also even on a personal finance perspective. How do we use that? And I think one which I think I'm excited about is we haven't seen a lot of companies using technology like blockchain in real estate. And I know whenever I say blockchain, people think Bitcoin and they start to hold their wallets a little bit tighter. But, blockchain goes beyond things like Bitcoin and just cryptocurrency. Smart contracts where we are now saying if X, Y, Z happens, it should be triggering another event which is seamless and has minimum human intervention in that. So off the top of my head, I think those 3 technologies are things we can start looking at to kind of start driving this industry forward. And there's a lot of off-the-shelf stuff we can implement, even in your own individual businesses, to kind of get that little bit of an edge in the industry.
Thank you so much. I'd like now to just bring it back to the room, right? If you read the room, you'll see that the youth is minimal, right? I've seen quite a few that I interacted with during our lunch break. So what I'd like to know is, Bernice, you are young, you are in the sector. Why do you think the youth that enter the sector don't stay?
I'm just going to go off experience and just what we had in this past year. A lot of our interns who were coming in were struggling with mentorship. So we have a lot of full status agents, but who aren't willing to, I think, give off some of their time to take and carry someone through the process. And so a lot of our interns would leave because they are pushed into the sea and asked to swim, but don't even have floaties, if that metaphor and analogy makes sense. So I think from my point of view, I think what I would like or ask the PPRA maybe to consider is if there was funding or compensation or anything that they could do for full status or principals, so that they don't feel like they are giving off their time without being compensated, or just, you know, a way to make them more inclined or willing to, you know, give off their time, I think. Yeah.
Okay, just to piggyback right on what you were saying. So Gele, you said in your bio that you were training, and I know that you were a trainer for one of the biggest, probably the top 5 in the country. Why did you train? And did that company compensate you to train? Or it is just what you did, just to address what Bernice was speaking to?
For me, it was both. Given what I said earlier, I just enjoyed it. You know, I wanted to do it, and I wanted to make sure that, because at the time I was a manager in that company, so I thought whoever that we sent out there to represent us must be trained. So I was compensated in the form of a salary, but at the same time, it's something that I genuinely enjoyed. And again, piggybacking on what she says, it's true. Looking at this room, they really do come in, but they leave. We don't keep them. So what I've noticed, or when you speak to them, you also see that it's not just the funding or us not wanting to help out. It's also the mindset. They have the mindset that it's this glamorous job and it's quick money, and any time is like, what time are we viewing? You know, literally. The first question, the first raise is, when are we going to view houses? You're like, but there's a lot more that goes into it. So I think, for me, what I think in terms of the PPRA and all of us sitting in this room, we can sort of try and change that mindset, that they understand that there's compliance and there's education that goes with being an estate agent. Because right now, with what we're picking up when we trade, they want to do their job, but then they don't actually understand what goes into it. So it's really, really important that we train the mindset as well. So not just, this is how you do the job, but also why you're doing it and the compliance and the education that comes with it.
Thank you. You see, the problem of being in the sector for a long time, it's very difficult to unlearn certain terminology. I've let it slide, but you guys are talking about estate agents. You are talking about... we are now property practitioners.
Yes.
Okay? So let's be intentional about implementing the legislation before us. So Tembisa, why real estate? Why not pursue a career in being like a doctorate, engineering, accountancy? Why real estate?
I love that question. It's a purpose-driven question, actually. So when you look at the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, real estate is actually a need. So you look at your average household, right? A child is born, there's a roof over their head, that's real estate. They go into the schooling system, that's real estate. They graduate from university, that's real estate. They have access to jobs in commercial buildings, that's real estate. They get sick, they go to the hospitals, that's real estate. So I think it's just it's the identification for me. It's realizing that there is, when you look at South Africa, I was actually looking at the stats. There's about 60 million people in South Africa. There's only about 17 to 23 million houses. So there's a huge demand for housing. And when you look at that as well, and then you consider the unemployment rate in this country, 34% of that, you have the youth, which takes up 72% of it. So you then realize it makes sense, because you're looking at 700,000 unemployed graduates annually who come out and there's no jobs. But when you look at real estate, one house sold creates 9 jobs. There's so much money in this industry. So you look at an estate agent, they get commission. You look at a bond originator, they get commission for facilitating the house with the banks. You look at a bond attorney, they get paid for releasing guarantees. You get an electrician, they need to do a COC for the house. You look at a transferring attorney, they have to assemble the documents so that they can submit them to the deeds office. There's administrative staff and notaries at the deeds office. So, yeah, I think, yeah, for me, it's merely that. And my last point is there's money. There's a lot of money. There's a lot of money.
I introduced, you said passion. You see how he became alive when he spoke about the industry in which he plays in. You have to love it. But not to take away from our Leonard friends, our legal minds, Matome. So attorneys are important as part of the value chain. So what do you think you as a conveyancer can help property practitioners in fulfilling our transformation mandate?
Yeah, thank you. I think we as the conveyancers, we've got a big role to play, because we work very much closely with the property practitioners. I almost said estate agents, sorry. Remember that if the property practitioner does not do the proper job with the offer to purchase and it gets to me, I have to fix it, and sometimes it's too late for me to fix it. So what we have since done is to identify those startups, real estate companies, and bring in their interns, sometimes also experienced property practitioners who lack some of the most basic legal principles applicable in the industry, and train them, sit them down, and explain these terms to them, because sometimes you see the word suspensive condition, you don't understand what it means and the legal implications. And I think we as the attorneys, we are better positioned to drive that home, to explain it to them. And sometimes it's just a language barrier. You try to explain it in English and somebody doesn't get it. But if I try to do it in Gaspedi, in my home language, that they also understand, they're like, oh, now I see what you're saying. I mean, the other day, I had a client in the office, and I was going to sign them. They had to sign the power of attorney and all the transfer documents. When I got to the little boardroom, I realized that something's wrong here. The seller was not mentally well. One can say she was mentally ill. But the process went all the way from the estate agent to my office. And the question was, but how did this happen? How is it that the estate agent or the property practitioner, pardon me, did not realize this? And then that immediately triggered the question of training. We need to sit them down and explain to these people the capacity. That's a basic contractual law that most of the property practitioners overlook. They're thinking, that's for lawyers. I'll leave that to lawyers. But it starts with them on the ground. You cannot sign a client who is not mentally well. So that deal had to go all the way back. Clients were disappointed. But sorry, we can't do it that way. We need to do it the right way, if you understand where I'm coming from. And sometimes you also get a sense that our startups, real estate businesses have got this unreasonable expectation as far as the registration turnaround time is concerned. And I understand really that speedy registration is directly linked to the health of their cash flow in the company. But at the same time, they must then realize that if they are having those unreasonable expectations, they are coercing indirectly the conveyancer to cut corners in registering that matter, and that can be very, very, very dangerous. So we need to train our people, make them understand the process, where it starts and where it ends, and why it has to take a month, why it has to take 2 months, how these transactions differ, how a cash deal differs from a deal with a bond cancellation, and also. So training is very, 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 very important. And I know if you've got an experienced property practitioner in the office, they can only do so much. Some of the aspects needs to come from a lawyer, because those are the people who understands these legal principles far much better than anybody else. Then that's why I say we need to come in as conveyancers, and I need the PPRA to also come in and help us as far as they can in our quest to train the people.
Thank you so much. So just one of the things that, or consultations that we've had, I think in the last couple of weeks, was have a meeting with the Black BBL, Black Lawyers Association, just to see that what is it that we can do to partner with them to better service our stakeholders, right, in the industry. And Matome, earlier you also spoke of suspensive conditions. That's a big word, ne? But I always tell practitioners that you need to know the ins and outs of the industry. You can't just be driven by the commission or professional fee that you're going to get. So it's also very important to invest in your craft. Investing in your craft means getting training. Just like if you want to go to law school or study LLB, then go do your articles, you're investing. And that is no different to this industry, even though probably it's the most lucrative. Thank you, Matome. And then, Kele, what are there red tapes in the industry? You've been in the industry probably the longest on this floor. Are there red tapes? And what is it as a PPR? Are we addressing those red tapes?
Sure. I'm taking off the training hat. Now I'm being a property professional. I think the issues were raised already, but I'll just touch on them a little bit. I think the one that's most important is exactly that people aren't getting their FFCs. But another one that I've asked about before we came here was people that go away from the industry, when they come back, they then not too sure how to get back into the industry. Because sometimes they'll say your account is owing this big amount at the PPRA, and then you're thinking, but I wasn't even here. So for me, I would like to see maybe more flexibility from the PPRA so that you can look at someone's case and say, why are you back, or why were you gone, and this is what you owe. I'll give an example. Previously, developers, which was also raised again, big problem, they don't comply. So their consultants don't actually have FFCs. So if you've registered before as a property professional, and then you work for a developer for 5 years, when you come back, they would say you are still owing for all those other years. So then they just operate illegally. You know, that's how you get people just doing their own thing. So sometimes that is the red tape, that people do want to comply, but one, they feel like when they do go to the PPRA, they don't understand the account or how it got there. Or sometimes they feel like, I'm not even going to bother. I'm just going to operate illegally because there's just so much red tape. So for me, what I would like to see is a little bit more of flexibility in terms of, yes, let's comply, but let's also do it in such a way that one can and doesn't end up feeling like, I'm not going to bother. The other red tape is the one that, again, has been addressed, is those big estates where we're being asked to pay a big amount of money. So it has been addressed, you did say, but I now have a question. Right now, I'm sure everybody wants to know in this room, currently, what do we do if somebody says, look, you must pay 80K to operate in here? Like, isn't like tomorrow in the next 24 hours? Where do we go? I know right now you guys are investigating, and it's better, I must say. It's much better. But for immediate sort of action from us? What can we do? What's our resources? Thank you.
Thank you so much. You spoke of flexibility, and I'd like to believe that I'm a flexible person. Therefore, the people that I work with are also flexible. But I also want us to understand that they are legislated things, right, that we need to comply with, right? So, for example, our legislation says if you leave the industry to go pursue your LLB at Harvard Law School, you need to tell us that you are no longer a practitioner. So it's a two-way street. So you need to inform us so that then we stop your account. Then you go pursue other avenues. Then when you come back, you are starting on a clean slate. So if you leave, you go to Harvard, and then it's a first world country, it dribbles you. When you come back, those fees were accumulating. Then you put us in a difficult position because I can't just write off certain fees or but I do understand then that that's a inhibitor, because now you want to come back, but you say you've got this invoice. But we are reasonable, we are flexible. We talk then the legal language of, let's talk about an acknowledgement of debt or a payment plan once you comply, because we really want practitioners to comply, to come back, yes. And then your other issue, Gele, that you raised around accreditation fees, that's one thing that I said, I think I shared with the chairperson, the board, even the minister, that if we don't do anything right, that one we must get, we must get it right, because we can't allow red tapes to perpetuate, especially if it's something that's now regarded unlawful, So we do have a legal and compliance executive, Mr. Clarence Caton. When we are done, I think we'll open the floor so that he can just talk to that element, what tractions we've made in that regard, because that is close to my heart. We can't trade, and if you can't trade, you can't eat, you can't franchise, So we are on it. Thank you. And just back to you, Madume, are there challenges in the conveyancing space? Are the red tapes similar, since you're a practitioner as well?
Yeah, we do see some challenges, and I think some of those I've highlighted before. But what I can also say is, usually when you invite the property practitioners to come and get training from us, the first question is, am I going to get points from attending your training? Meaning, are you going to give me a certificate that comes with points? And usually my answer is not an impressive one, because our certificates do not come with points. And that's why I say I think the PPRA can come in here and allow attorneys to give trainings that comes with verifiable points, and I think that's what you guys call it at the PPRA. If you like, you can come have a look at our material and see if they are good enough for them to be given to the people as training material, and ultimately decide that this kind of a training with this material can carry so much points. So that ultimately when these people come to our premises for training, they are able to have something to show for it, and they know that this training is directly linked to the compliance aspect of their businesses at the PPRA. I think that's very, very, very important, and I think that is the step that we need to get to.
Thank you so much, Madume. Before we take it to the floor, I would just like to hear from Bernice and Tembisa. You are still new in the sector. You are young. Are there challenges? Are there other challenges that you're experiencing that are different to what has been expressed earlier today? And you can just go one after the other. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the biggest challenges young people are facing is the funding to get the FFC in the first place. And so we have struggled with a lot of interns not having the funding just to get the initial step to even get into the door and become a property practitioner. So, and then once they've gotten the funding and made means to get their FFC, it's the funding of the NQF level 4 and 5, which has been quite a struggle. Yeah.
So I've been in the industry for about 7 years now, and I've experienced so from the level of entry, right, coming into the industry, one of the challenges you would face is mentorship, lack of mentorship, like she said. So I think it goes hand in hand with the external environment and the internal environment, especially when you look at, so for instance, when you look at the PPRA structure, right? Well, it was the AAB back then, but you have your executive authority, then you have your financial authority, then you have the CEO, and then you have, other counterparts, your risk strategy, internal audits. Then just below, you've got the responsible parties for transformation, education and training, compliance, registrations. So I think one of the problems when I look at the old, EAP, and when I look at the current PPRA, which I must say I'm very happy we have someone like Utato who actually has over 9 years experience as a principal agent. So that gives me the confidence that there's some of the leaders that will actually guide us as the youth into actually operating, because they can relate to what problems we're facing, right? But yeah, when I look at the old One Learner program, you would just get, which is a great concept, by the way, you would get students that were recruited and were given stipends to learn on the NQF4. But when they're given hosts, the host would just let them print out flyers, go out there, sell properties. So the problem with that is it's access to markets, which is another challenge. Is if I'm a homeowner and there's an intern that comes to me with a flyer and says, I want to sell your house, I'm not going to trust that person to sell my house. It's my most expensive asset. So the issue we have with that is obviously then also the incentives for the mentors and the hosts, I think was an issue as well. We need to raise incentives for the hosts to be able to actually go out there with the mentees, hold them hand by hand, and show them how to sell a house, from putting a board down, a for sale board down, all the way to interpreting an offer to purchase. I think that way mentees get to learn a lot quicker, which is something that I also struggled with along my journey. But over time, yeah, these are just some of the things I realized as we went on. But I'm very confident with the current leadership. Looking forward to seeing what's
in store. Thank you so much, panelists and colleagues. There are questions. We're going to open it up now to questions. And the questions don't just have to come to the panelists, the minister, the chairperson, board members, and executives are still in the room, so we can pose them to the House at large. Mr. Sakoneka, I hope you were taking notes to hear what the questions are, the concerns are still in the sector, that we can address through our transformation agenda as well. So if you could just maybe, while we're getting the questions from the floor, we can now start taking questions from the people in the room. But before I do, I just wanted the executive manager to come here so he can tell us or tell the room what strides we're making in as far as accreditation fees and Section 63 is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I just want to assure all property practitioners in the room that we take this accreditation fee issue extremely serious. I've heard that a homeowners association is asking an amount of 80,000 rand which is ridiculous. So the first is to report the matter to us. Please lodge a complaint so that we can receive a formal complaint, and then you will be the complainant, and the HOA will be the respondent. So we address it in terms of the Act. The Act, sections 28 to 31 of the Act tells us or empowers us to deal with complaints. But in addition to that, we're also collaborating with the Competitions Commission, and then I've also heard the Chief Ombud from CSOS also said that it's something that they are also addressing. So we address it in terms of the Property Practitioners Act, and then we also collaborate with our sister bodies, and I'm sure that we will address the issue, and we will get rid of this. It's ridiculous. Thank you.
Before you go, Clarence, I just saw Meneer Werner Ekstien is in the room, and I know he is one of the people who submitted one of the complaints. He has submitted supporting documents, so I'm sure he's sitting here saying, okay, fine, you are telling people to lodge a complaint. I've given supporting documents. What are the next steps?
Thank you, CEO. Sir, your complaint, I'm aware of your complaint. We are dealing with your complaint. And apologies that we are taking a bit long. We are hampered by the strike action that's currently going on. But your complaint is being dealt with exactly how I explained in terms of the Act. You're the complainant, the HOA will be the respondent, and we'll deal with it in terms of the provisions of the Act. And as I said, we're also collaborating with Competitions Commission, and hopefully with CSOS also. I will speak to the Chief Ombud that was here previously, and I can assure you we will deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. We'll take questions from the floor.
Yes, good afternoon or good evening. Thank you. My name is Andrew Sadomba from the Egoruleni, Far East in Springs. Thank you. To Mr. Matume, since you are the attorney, an honest answer, please. How are you dealing with agents who do not have practitioners, who do not have FFC? How are you dealing with them as of now? And my next question, PPRA, their main duty is to regulate and to safeguard the customers who are the sellers and buyers out there. PPRA, are you known out there as PPRA, or you are still known by the other previous name? And what are you doing as of now to inform the customers, the role players, the people who you are regulating us on? What are you doing? Because if you are not known, how then are you going to regulate us? Because it should start with regulating, the public should know about you so that you will be able to regulate us. And with the guys who are still outside, the ones who fell, who couldn't meet the deadline, on my view, they are the most dangerous guys because they have got little knowledge and they are not regulated. Obviously, they are still practicing under the table. What are your plans on those? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. So the law is very much clear on that. If a property practitioner or that person who pretends to be a property practitioner does not have a Fidelity Fund certificate, they simply cannot be paid the money. And we have got processes in place which help us to identify that particular aspect as early as possible, and we are able to inform that person that you must be aware that without you having this FFC certificate, you're not going to get the money. We as attorneys, we are officers of the law, and when we have got the law to apply in front of us, we must do exactly that. So, and that's my answer. We are not paying those monies, and any attorney who's doing so, I think they should be made aware that it must not be done. All right.
And just to quickly or briefly just answer you there, Sam, I know one of the concerns when the board came on board, the minister was saying that PPRA, you're not visible. We're not seeing you anywhere. And I really would like to believe that we've made strides in that regard. I don't want you to miss us anywhere. We want to be in your face. But it is a valid point that you bring in, but we've been intentional about our stakeholder engagement, not only in Gauteng, but throughout the country as well. Social media platform as well. Are you on social media? We never used to be there, but now we're there. We're on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Acting COO. My question is to Mr. Matume. We can't do it wrong. We must do it right. The fact of the matter, there are some conveyors who connive with the illegal agents. Siwapaisa kuphi lama conveyancers. Riwapaisa kai. Acebuwa kuphi.
Thank you. I think it is unfortunate to learn that there are colleagues in the profession who are doing that. But we have Legal Practice Council, which is our regulatory body as the attorneys. And I think you can actually report them there. And I'm not sure if the PPRA has got a relationship with the Legal Practice Council. And I think if they do, that is something that you can raise with the PPRA. And I'm definitely sure that they will also make the LPC aware of that particular aspect. But yeah, it is just unfortunate to learn that there are people doing that. Thank you.
Good day. My name is Garabo. It's not rather a question, but an opinion or an answer to what the acting CEO was asking. The reason why young people are not retained in this industry. I believe, as a young entrepreneur also, this industry, as much as it is lucrative, it is very expensive. Most companies currently right now are hiring if you've got nothing less than 30,000 savings in your account, so that you are able to take care of your expenses, take care of petrol, take care of whatever expenses you might incur in the first 6 months. Because immediately when you come into this industry, chances are your first payment will come after 6 months. The first 3 months you are doing the work, you will start getting a listing after 3 months, and a listing only sells, or you get the money at the end of the 3 months. Recently, I myself, due to the rising petrol, had to buy a scooter. Not many can do that, so that we can go to listings, view listings, service clients, and so forth. So what I would also suggest, or I feel that could retain young people in this, is some sort of program. When young people do come in, they are fully aware of these consequences, but then maybe from the PPRA or from the government side, instead of business funding to people who are coming in, some sort of stipend. A stipend that can keep the young people in the first 6 months, because it's literally impossible to be a property practitioner without money, Without resources, we need airtime, you need petrol, and all those expenses do not come cheap. So maybe some sort of stipend, 1,500, 1,200, I think that can really retain young people and really motivate them to participate in these programs or in the real estate industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that question. What I'm going to do is take 2 more questions from the floor, and then I'll give someone from the PPRA to answer. Program director, I'm going to do it that way. And then I'll also then take questions from online. Thank you.
Just checking. Good afternoon, Minister, CEO of PPRA. I want to congratulate you on achievements within the industry for the short space of time that you've been here. I won't give you my age, but I've seen 5 ministers already serving with him. I've seen 5 or 6 boards, EAB, PPRA boards in existence as well. And I can see now that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. I served with Sis Lendiwe Sisulu when she went to Cape Town, when we opened up that development. And I think that was my last tour there. But what I want to say is this: when they introduced this one learnership, it's about 10 years back, 9, 10 years back, I took in 120 learners. Right? I had 30 in Mpumalanga, 50 in Johannesburg, and 40 in Cape Town. They paid us then 100 rand per learner. Okay? What I can say is this: what then transpired is that these learners, when they came out of the learning and teaching, they weren't given an opportunity to get into real estate. Simple reason was, when they done their course, there was no opportunities for them, because there's a lot of properties to sell, but they couldn't get in. And that is where it comes in, because the board then, and whoever was in charge, never gave them the real opportunity. Because you tell me, a youngster of 19 years old, come and knock on your door, and he say, give me a mandate, I want to sell your house. Me, I'm not dumb. How lighty like that? No. They must go to further education after doing the NQF4. And this is, I think, where we came short as the board, as housing. Right? I can also remember then as well that, you know, with all the steps being taken, that we as realtors, especially in township areas, we were left behind. We are still left behind, because then what happened was that the big companies used to take these learners, get the internships before us, and they used to get 1,000 rand per intern, not 100 rand like us. And what happened to these youngsters? They became glorified T-girls and T-boys. So out to the minister and to the EAB, right, make use of the few old toppies that are still there, right, and not people coming from other sectors to come and teach us what real estate is all about. There is still a lot of people sitting here that can add a lot of value. So please look at us and engage with us so that we can give back to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to come and get your contact details after this, because you put up your hand, and I really do appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. I just want to ask Nep, because I've got the questions relating to what they have said, but also the other one earlier, because I've been raising my hand since the morning, since we started. But anyway, first I want to say I appreciate, it looks like we now have a hope, a glimpse of hope, to regain our confidence. Let's say for our confidence to be instilled, that there will be proper regulation and monitoring and enforcement of the law. We will really appreciate if there is consistency. And what you are promising, I learned one principle. don't make a promise if you cannot perform. So what you are promising us, and it must not take forever, we need time frames. If you say you're going to do what, when are you going to do it, when are you going to do it? Let me say within 7 days, give a feedback. 3 weeks is enough for you to close the case. It's straightforward, we're giving you evidence. What is taking forever? Okay. I would like to say, I'm here with a heartbroken, sore heart because of what is happening in the industry. In paper is very good. We are told the law is very good, but implementation is dololo. And then, let me tell you, we were evicted. All our possessions, we were evicted by the property principals, who are very powerful, very rich. We were staying in a very nice property belonging to the pensioners, the Williams, which was auctioned for 5,000. Because the persons, they are colors, they are black, we are nothing, our lives means nothing. And we have been from pillar to post. I'm trained in the property law very well. I know the ins and outs, and I've assisted so many people to empower them with the law. And I have attended so many trainings. We know the property in and out, the law. But now these people, they are the law to themselves. Okay, I'll flash to you. There is a proof of payment. When I saw that I'm dealing with the property syndicates, I even do the transfers from my account to the body corporate trust account. I had paid 14,000 prior to the order to auction the property being granted. The order was granted in October for 5,000 to auction this poor pensioner's house for 5,000. And there is a proof I had already paid 14,000 into the body corporate trust account prior to them getting the order. And then they would not listen. They will charge these poor pensioners the levy, which is not even charged in Santin or in 4 ways. They will charge the pensioners the levy of 7,000 or 8,000 every month. I'm talking about Roadport West. That is not an area. Roadport West, you know about Roadport West and Roadport CBD. The levy is there. Without water and lights is about 1,200, 1,300. But these poor pensioners was coming at 7,000. When I start questioning, I even reported the matter to SIU. The SIU reported us, the public protector, to investigate. But now when they see that their authorities, they play law. So now when the public protector closed the file, then they throw it away again. Now, when we went to the tribunal, we got evicted without a court order. We went to the tribunal, and then we were talking because we went to High Court to cancel the title deed because it was fraudulently auctioned. But now their advocate said these people, they want to cancel the title deed. But if they cancel the title deed, do you know, you guys, how much problem you're going to be in? They said these people are too poor. They cannot afford to cancel the title deed. So now we are asking, we are pleading. Mr. Williams passed away because of heart attack and stress. They said his house was auctioned by the bond and the bank. There was no bond, there is no bank. We can give you evidences. And I'm not at peace. Now we are asking, can you make a promise to give the Williams justice? We have got evidences, and anything that was fraudulently done, you know, it can be undone. They say fraud unravels all transactions. So now, if that is true, fraud unravels all transactions, which means even this illegally registration, it can be undone, can be deregistered. And the poor Williams are crying. They said, Tenji, you were assisting our father when he was alive. Now he has passed away. Are you going to stand up and support us? I said, what I've promised to Mr. Williams, I'm going to see it to the end. Even if it means they threatened me, and I will tell you just one. Okay, I will show you. For helping the Williams, I was unlawfully arrested and told, and the commander said she's even teaching me a lesson. And this, you can see, there was not even a charge. I was in Souls for 3 days. And then after 3 days, when the investigators were taking photos, I said, please make sure, have you not forgotten to take a photo of me? They said, change. Why do you want photos? I said, because after I come out here, I'm going to sue you for unlawful arrest. I did not even break the house. I did not even do anything wrong. And you are putting me in Souls. You are not even charging me. My crime to be put in Souls was standing up for the poor Williams. Because now, these pensioners, they had no right. We have taken them to all doors. We took them to CISOS. We even took them to Ilungelo Lako. They called the head of CISOS, I believe is Mr. Boysens. And then he came to the hearing. I'm one of the person who was there at the hearing with the Williams. And he said they're going to help. But now when we went to sent the matter to CISOS, they said it's already at High Court. And now, when we went to CISOS in 2017, they said, I've got the document, sorry. The document from CISOS, they said we already have the summons. But now, CISOS came in 2016 after the summons were already been there. Now we are saying, when these people are very good to take the people to the lawyers because they know what the lawyers will do. They know to follow the law. But now we're saying we need justice. And I am here. I've lost everything. They've auctioned all our stuff, all our possessions, and you can see how cold is the winter. And it's everything, crockery, fridge, food, everything was taken. But now because we're standing up for justice.
Yeah. Tenji? Tenji, here, the stage, here. Thank you so much for your transparency. We'll approach it in this manner. We'll start with your question, and that will be taken by the minister, and then we'll answer all the questions that were posed before, and the minister will provide direction. Okay. Tenji, the minister's team will be in touch, and then we'll take it offline. But by the questions, thank you. Transformation Fund Manager, did you want to just talk to the questions that were asked prior for 2 minutes, and then we can open up the floor again? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to pose the questions that were actually asked by the guys online, and these are as follows. I'm not intending to answer them. I'll leave that to the panelists and everybody in the room to actually deal with the answering. The first question is, how do SMMEs get access to the support programs? Please provide contact details from the PPRA office. This is coming from Black Pearls. The timeshare industry is not comprehensively covered by the PPA and its regulations. The question is there a plan to amend the legislation? And what process will be followed to properly regulate the timeshare industry? Tabile Kamlani is asking that question on the timeshare is from Tabile Kamlani. The challenge, this is the next question, the challenge or concern about going digital, and I think this relates to the minister's call that we need to digitize our platforms. The question is, if we are to go digital, the PPRA system has not worked for months. Are we going to succeed in implementing this? Chair, with your permission, I can just only maybe perhaps take the first one to say, how do the emerging SMMEs get access to the support programs? All our programs are actually on our website. There is a pledge form if you are interested. Fill in that pledge form and we'll get your details and we'll be in touch with you. I'll leave the rest of the questions to the panel. Thank you.
The contact details of the PPRA, it's 082 8684 157. Thank you. Can I have the education, training, and professionalization manager answer the question around the Voasa, timeshare. Thank you.
Good evening, colleagues. It's evening, right? Yes. Okay, so Voasa is asking a question on whether PPRA is regulating, or rather whether the PPA and its regulation can be amended. And I think in terms of the process that the organization has embarked on, in terms of reviewing the legislation and the regulation, we can look at that. If there are deficiencies in terms of that, regulating that particular subsector, we can address it in that process. So that will be my answer. In terms of education and training, we are partnering with Voasa. We've been working with them very, very closely, and we have agreed in terms of education and training, standards of education and training, in terms of their qualification. We are discussing with them the practical training and the code of conduct, I think in a week's time. So I think we'll have clarity in terms of that. Currently, we're working with the services SETA to develop a qualification for that subsector, because there was no educational standards for that subsector. And when we did the research, we found no qualification that was suitable for that. Hence, we have now embarked on developing a new qualifications for them. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Nomsa. Yes, that was posed by our listeners who are streaming. But I'm happy to take questions. 4 hands, please.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Oh, thank you for the opportunity.
We both are answering.
Greetings to the minister. Thank you for staying so long. You said to us early in the morning that you will stay until it's too late. We can see the results. We hope you will get a second term. I've got 3 questions. I will be very briefly. The first one is direct to the minister as to we are struggling as practitioners because of the credit bureau and the credit score. Is a challenge. Due to COVID, people were not economically active. Therefore, there are a lot of red flags. So we are struggling to get approvals from the banks. So is there anything that you are doing together with the president of the country to actually talk to the authority, those who are in charge, to actually uplift and give people grace so that the market and the economy will be open again? We are not the only one who's struggling. Even the banks are struggling. Every financial institution, they can relate this with me. To my brother there, Matume, back in the days when we joined the real estate, I think 2007 or so, we had a challenge with banks, and we have challenged the banks to correct and be lenient to our clients. This was our challenges. You can get a client, and then once the bond has been approved, the bank will call the clients, put them in a class, educate them, tell them about scary interest rates. And as a result, they will cancel the bond. Okay? You said the other day, the client came to your office and you realized something wrong. And by the look of things, the client will be scared because you would now try to break new grounds that the client did not know. Okay? For that, as a result, we'll lose business. There's a struggle behind. For us as practitioners to get a successful deal, there's a lot of things involved. There's fuel involved, there's time involved, communication, time. There's a lot of things that are involved. For you to find a deal on top of your desk, you must know that I've been sweating, sleepless nights, I've been doing counseling. You know, sometimes you meet a client is going through challenges. You need to sit and listen until the deal is closed. Now the deal is closed, it's in front of you. You say, no man, something is wrong. The client is suffering from depression. Therefore, you scare my client away. So for that matter, I will be losing business because of your services. Okay, the last one will be the challenges. I will relate this with the minister together with everyone in the room. This year, I had a client. She wanted to buy a house of around 2 million. And she said to me, don't worry about the deposit. The deposit is there in the system somewhere. I've paid it in 2014. And I said, what? And I asked the lady if she can provide me with the name of the agent and someone who was doing that, who collect the money. And then she provided that. I contacted the agent. The agent says, no, look, those people don't know anything about property. Therefore, he actually did what we call desk qualifications. He sit down with them and say, you qualify for this much, but however, 200,000 is required as a deposit. Okay? There was no OTP signed, and they paid 200,000 to his trust account of his own agents. And the deal did not go through. He utilized the money. Then I contacted the guy. The guy gets scared and starts paying, and then he stopped paying. We only pay 65,000 rand. 135 is still outstanding. I've tried to take the matter forward, contacted the PPRA. They said, no, they need a case number. Then I went to the police station. The police station says, no, this is a civil case, or we cannot do that. Go to the small claims court. Small claims court, they said, no, the amount is too huge for us. Okay? And then there is no solution. Where do we report corrupt agencies? So I want us I want you to break it down to me as to what is the way forward. What do I tell the clients? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Ntebate. I would like to thank my minister, the chairperson, and I would like to thank you, the acting CEO, as well. This is such an informative session. I had the opportunity also to attend the one in Kempton Park. Hence, I want to speak from that previous experience. Like they've already mentioned, other speakers, that we are really getting somewhere. This is a beautiful setup. I think everyone in here is now hopeful. However, not being. But I must say, the last time I did ask and I said, how about you have a very same session, even if it's not as many as we are, with agents, even if it's not from it's from all over South Africa. Let's say maybe the Sandton area, you pick different areas to say I'm going to sit with agents, because from the previous seating, we still are discussing the same things. That when I went home, I was very excited. I went straight after a week into the website to see if things were different. I logged a query and nothing happened. And I sent an email with my FFC, nothing happened. And I'm thinking, I wish at least there was, like other companies will get a response, even if it's an automatic response, to say we have received something from you. So I'm thinking, scratching my head, did they get it or not? Then I go on the phone, the same thing happens. So I'm thinking, no, like nobody answers, you know. So you're thinking, okay, what's happening? Or the phone doesn't go through. It tells you there's a technical error. So I'm thinking, okay, let me give them a little bit of time because really it's been like a week I've been to the conference in OR Tambo. It goes 2 weeks. I was even regretting that I didn't take your number because I wouldn't think you'd be that busy if I remind you. So my biggest plea is that please this time, if I were to get you your details, I won't bother you. I'll just send you an email or a message to remind you of what I'm asking. I know it's going to make a difference because we are very passionate about this industry and we are happy of these new things that are coming up. We are happy about our minister. In person, I mean, as a person, I've had the opportunity because I'm also a monitor of PMG. I see a lot of time online when I attend parliamentary proceedings. I know she works very hard and I can promise you we're going somewhere. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, CEO.
Good
Mrs.
evening,
EJ.
everybody.
Mrs. EJ here. Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, CEO, and protocol observe, and our fellow family in the PPRA. Good evening. I'm Mrs. EJ from Amalga Real Estate. We've spoken in Feb as well. And the thing about that, we always separate each other. You know, I know Black, we come from that background, but it seems like we're going back to separate each other. If we look, each and every individual here, if we look at our IDs, we are South Africans. And I feel like you're coming out to the playground to play with us and have everything intact. I believe you're going to do what you're doing, and you've done well so far. So I want us to have a unity. Let us be the change. Just like the statement that was made, let us be the change of South Africans that see each other as South Africans and be the difference that we want to see.
Hi, good evening. It's me now.
Hello. Good evening.
All protocols observed. There is a red tape, a serious red tape that is happening in the industry that started just recently. So I got 10 learners. And these 10 learners that I got, the day that we arranged to meet and they complete the registration forms, they didn't pitch. So I was like, what's going on? Then I got one of them. Then she told me, no, there's another company that approached them and told them that they are international and they don't have to do NQF4, they don't have to do NQF5, they don't have to write PD4, they do everything for them, they don't have to bother about PPRA. It's just that my phone is off. I have the name because then I asked her to give me the details, so I contacted the company pretending to want to join them. So they sent me all the terms and conditions, and it is exactly as the learner said. And then when they followed up with me, I said to them, no, give me some time, let me pray about it, you know. So, but it's a red tape because now if somebody's coming up and telling people not to bother about the PPRA, not to bother about NQF4 and NQF5 and the PD4s and 5s, they have everything under control, they're international, people will go for it and they give them a stipend to be recruited by them. So it's all in the terms and conditions. I will forward that to Joe. And lastly, that's the very big red flag because I lost about 10 learners that were going to be now part of my organization. And most of red flags, Tato, that we go through, we are blessed to have Joe. We graduated last year, most of us as new principals, and we formed a group. So in this group, we asked Joe, the MC, to help us. You know, we included him in our group and he helps us a lot. So most of the red flags that you hear here are coming from the ground. It's speaking about something that we are crying to him about, things that are really happening. And I just want to say thank you to Joe for all the support 24/7, and thank you to Matume with Adams and Adams because he has really been a pillar of strength for us, the new principals that graduated from last year. He gives us training and he gives us food when we go for training once a month. So, but just to say, all the things that Joe mentions are things that are coming from us as new principals, because he's in this group. We asked to include him in the group, where even the 80,000 estate registrations in the estates, we brought it to him to say, this is the challenges that we are facing. So he was there to say, you guys write an email, and, you know, then one of us took it to the radio stations, and there was an interview. So all the red flags are things that are coming from us as the new principals. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, colleagues, I want to request you that we allow the minister to respond to one or two things so that we can excuse her. She was under the impression that we will be done at 5. And she has been the most patient minister. So please, let's give it time.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon again. I think there are quite a number of issues. It was good to sit through and listen to the issues that are being raised. Yes, I do apologize. I have to go for another meeting. Otherwise, I'll be late for it. The first issue the lady who raised there will take the matters off, but the chief ombudsman is here because I was asking, how did it escape us as CISOs? So we've got to tighten up our issues. But the other matters I will definitely help. I think it's a citizen who's asking for help beyond just our own portfolio. It's heartbreaking to hear that some of the unlawful things that are being done, but we'll definitely reach out. My team has been in touch. I know we've already received some of the documentation, so I'll deal with that. What I pick up out of here as well, CEO and Chairperson, is that there is a need for us to have some level of inspectorate in the sector. So I do commit to implementing that, I think, out of this. Whether you talk about compliance issues, making sure that people keep to the areas verification and all those, and so that everybody can feel that there's fairness in the system. So I think there are quite a lot of issues that have come through more around people feeling there's unfairness, encroaching of mandates. People who are not supposed to do this are going in there. Those who are not supposed to be doing assessment or property evaluations are doing property evaluations. Those who are supposed to be not to be practitioners, property practitioners, are practitioners, the illegal practitioners, just to get us organized. And I think there are quite a lot of ways that we could be able to do this without compromising your budget. I'll have to come in and support you as PPRA. I think it's another thing that I noticed even with CISOs, because there's quite a lot of things that we've picked up. There is a need for me to have Lihle, my acting CEO there, who's our CFO at CISOs, will have to look at how we interface between what PPRA is doing and yourself. There's quite a lot of overlap, and I think as portfolio, as entities, you don't seem to have come closer to each other. So I would like to see that, but we'll have possibly this type of a conversation with the schemes so that we can sort out some of these problems that we are seeing that practitioners are complaining about. There is that need, but other things we'll have to facilitate as a sector. The issue of amnesty, I'll take it back with Minister of Finance. We've done it previously. It's not something that can be done, but it hasn't been looked into now. I'll raise it with him, possibly through PPRA, because I know they do communicate, will put out some notice of what the feedback is about. I can't speak with authority because it's not my line of functioning. And it's not done by the banks directly themselves. It has to be driven by Minister of Finance. And there are quite a number of things that they look at, but it's not something that can be done. So I'm hoping that if we have the conversation, they can give us a favorable answer. You'd know that it's not something that will look only at us. They will look at the whole, but I do think that it's something that we should pay attention. We know the impact of COVID-19. We had to do breaks, we had to do extension, but those things remain as a record against your name, that instead of finishing to pay, even if it's a property in 12 months, you extend it to 18 months, it's a record. And when they do credit evaluation, that's what will come. as something almost like you have not been able to pay in time. So I think it's a valuable takeaway for me. We'll definitely engage with the Minister of Finance. I just want to appreciate this session, colleagues. I know we might not have answered quite a lot of things, all of them. I've been sitting with my 2 advisors there, but also my team has been here. There are quite a number of things that you've really literally given us as a takeaway that from the department will look into, from as well my engagement with the board. The board is here, the executives are here, we've had you, but it's not the end of the engagement. We'll continue. I committed to see you already, I think the 8th of August in Cape Town, that will possibly have this. I've asked my team to ring-fence, to close that date, but we can also try and make sure that we extend. We might not be everywhere, but we'll try to level to make sure that we do issues. The issue around expansion, I think Tato spoke about it, the acting CEO. Presence is important and accessibility is important. So instead of us having a lot of money wasting, let's share offices. Share no Tato office nizopatali rent nobabili. So they can share rent, but because already we have the offices in George of PPRA in Limpopo and in Free State, I think we can already start working and expanding on those so that we share the space and we can be able to be accessible. Sharing of information and utilization, because some of the systems are the same. The disputes and all those things, the adjudication, they can be able to be accessed there so that we don't have long disputes that are not resolved in time. But I want to thank the board, led by the chairperson, the executive led by the acting CEO, and everybody else who is a stakeholder in this sector. We are where we are because of the feedback that we give us. I follow you on social media, as I said. I've been looking at some of you, you've never known that I've followed you, but I've listened to what you raise when you write. I looked at that, and that's what has made sure that even when I engage with the board, I'm able to ask them those questions. I knew that there were problems of exams because of how you'd interact in your platforms, but make sure that we utilize the engagement effectively and constructively so that we build a better sector. We might not be able to answer everything, do everything now, but Rome was not built in one day. I know we are catching up. There's a lot of catching up, and we have to move with speed, and that is what we will do. So thank you very much, colleagues, for all these engagements. I really appreciate it. And please excuse me, I have to go, otherwise I'll be late for my next engagement.
Good evening, everyone. Minister, it was good to see you again. I think one of the things that I want to touch base, my name is Pamela Makubela. I sit on the board I'm the last born of the board. So I always speak innovation, and I always just want to make sure that we do hear you. I wanted to go back just to take Matume's hand a bit. He must not feel alone, because I'm a fellow conveyancer and notary as well. And we sit on a board, and I know there's a gentleman that was very concerned about what is happening between conveyancers and between agents and all that, and trust monies and so forth. And one of the things that we've done, because this is a new act, one of the things we ask for is that you have a bit of grace with us. It's going to have us see a lot of gaps in between what has not been happening all along, so that we're able to then align ourselves with the regulatory bodies on the other side. So for instance, you guys are regulated by the PPRA, but on the other end, you get the conveyancers, which are regulated by the LPC. So we then, with the committee that I sit on, that sit on legal and compliance, we then went back and together with acting CEO to say, how do we then regulate that? For instance, I'll give you an example. There are agents that are usually saying that some conveyancers will tell them that we'll give you money for you guys to give us stock, right, to transfer them. Now, to regulate that, we need to get then into an MOU between the Legal Practice Council, which regulates that body, and then the the PPRA, which regulates you. So in that instance, we know that should you be caught in that instance, we're aware that you then will lose your license, and on the other side, there's an attorney who knows. Because right now, I think there is no consequence management, and that's what I want to give you the confidence of, that yes, maybe you're getting the brim of what you think we're doing, but as a large scope of the board and what we do on the ground, these are the engagements we're doing. And so engaging in those is giving us opportunity for us to clean up a little bit. And you know, when you clean, you start in the bathroom. You start slowly but slowly but slowly. So the village is not going to be built in overnight, but we do know that we need protection. We do know that we need to align with other sister entities so that you're able to be comfortable. Again, on the transformation issues as well, we understand that gated communities are going to mean that the transformation doesn't move because we're giving you guys, they're then saying, well, if that gentleman cannot then get in, then it means that you cannot transform. And that's a way of gatekeeping it. As soon as you cannot afford 20,000 or 80,000, that's transformative in the language that we're using as well. So we are aware of all those things. And I just want to say that you shouldn't lose hope. We might not necessarily be coming back with that, but we're definitely talking about it. So we're going into the stakeholder. I know the new gentleman, transformation manager, as one of the transformation committee members. We've looked at how we can go back and talk to entities. We're going to one by one to those that we do know to say, please can we have a contact number so that when we engage and we come together, we collaborate, there's an opportunity for us to do that. So I wanted everyone else to also walk out of here knowing that we are doing work about it. And if you find yourself in a position where you are mistreated by a conveyancer, we are aligning with a lot of entities that are from the legal space, that are from sister entities, whatever, so that we're able to say that once we lock in an MOU, we know what the consequence management is. Hence now we do see that you're distraught that sometimes you report things, but they're not acted upon. But while we then do we get together and have a constitution or a treaty with the next entity, as soon as that person is notified that conveyancer Khatebe, which she is, and paid money to Ms. Nsiki, then immediately we know what to do. Number one, we're taking your fidelity certificate. That's easy, you out of the system. Number two, you're no longer an attorney, out of the system. Then we start cleaning out this industry, because that's the biggest problem that we're seeing. I know Chair and I have spoken about this, that your biggest problem about this thing is that someone was a great economist, which I'm sure there's great economists that have come in with the same passion as in this industry, but they're not coming here to stay because this is an industry that you're in and out. So we recognize that, and so we're working on it. And I hope you all walk out knowing that we're doing our utmost best, that by the time we produce our overall baby in front of you, you'll be very proud. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Babsi Pilane from Tsenolo Properties. I just want to find out, I don't know if this was answered, with regard to the fees that young people must pay, you know, for the fidelity certificate, for the FFC. I want to find out if there is a plan or if there is a way of us employing them. They do not have the money to pay the 2,300. Is there a way that the PPRA can allow us to give them 3 months to pay off that to 2,300? I'm faced with a challenge like that with 2 young people, 25-year-olds, who are so eager to join the industry, but because they cannot afford to pay the 2.3 now, I said to them, we will find out from the regulatory body if I can employ them and at least give them 3 months to raise the money, you know, so that they can join. Because we are saying to them, guys, you can never, ever begin to even join me without you having to get the FFC. That's number one. Number two, we really need, I don't know whether to call it support, with regard to franchising. I don't know if the people, you know, like we've got businesses and we are not growing. We are not growing. We want to become the next generation of Pam Goldings and your Remax. But I feel like we lack knowledge in terms of how we can grow our business to a point where we can even franchise it. My question is there a way of mentoring the employer or guiding the employer in becoming or in franchising Tsenolo Properties? Thank you so much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mmamoloko Kubayi, and I come all the way from Bronkhorstspruit. I've got a question for my brother there as a conveyancer and all the conveyancers out there. If you may just possibly help me with understanding, is it necessary to take a period of 3 months to register a property, and why, while there are other conveyances that can possibly do it in a period of 4 to 6 weeks if we delay with all the paperwork and payments? Thank you.
All right. No, thank you very much, Madam Chair. All right, I'll start with the answer to the gentleman who was sitting there. I don't see him any longer, maybe he has left. But he said something quite fundamental, that how do I then just look at a person and say that they're not mentally well and ultimately dismiss the deal? So I think to a certain extent he has got the point, because I'm not a psychologist. I'm not qualified to check if somebody is mentally ill or not. But at the end of the day, as the conveyancer on the matter, I need to apply my mind and see to it that the people who are appearing in front of me and signing the papers are of sound mind, and they are able to follow what's happening. So if you are trying to have a conversation with somebody and then you realize they don't know what's happening, they are not even there, they don't even know that they're selling their properties, then it's a red flag. I cannot possibly allow that person to transfer their property. When things go bad, they're also going to affect you as the property practitioner. So in other ways, I'm also protecting you by doing so. But then again, I don't dismiss the matter. We help you to get the necessary help, because that's not at the end of the road. We still have processes in law where we can try and help you by appointing the curator bonies, and the master's office comes in there to help. So that's what we'll ultimately do. So that's just what I wanted to get across. And to your question, my brother there, transactions are not similar. It will take less than a month or so to register a transaction where there is no bond, where there is no bond cancellation. It's just a cash deal, and everything starts with you, ends with you. You don't have so much to do. But other transactions, you will have to depend on other attorneys. There is a bond attorney who still has to wait for the bank to give him an instruction, who still has to invite the client to come and sign and issue guarantees. And only when guarantees are issued, you are able to run with the process. So that might take a little bit longer than usual. But then what we are trying to do is to have sessions with the property practitioners and make them aware of all of these processes and how they actually work, so that they don't somehow put conveyancers under undue pressure, and if you come across a conveyancer who's not that experienced, they can end up cutting corners, and that can jeopardize your business. It can also jeopardize their career. So that is unfortunate that the way it works in the industry. Yeah, thank you very much.
Colleagues, thank you so much for your questions. We are sadly approaching closing. We are running behind schedule, and we are aware that some of you are catching public transportation, and we wouldn't want you to go home in the dark. But I will just like to answer Babsi, Sis Babsi. So one of the challenges that I have posed with the transformation manager and also our team is we can't just look at the 4 elements of transformation, right? Your principalization, your candidacy program. We also have to look at a business enterprise model, right? Because you can't come into the sector and you don't know, how to sustain a business. That's one. So that's very critical. But I'm so happy that we've got the Werners in the room who have been doing this for 30 years. So I'm making a commitment to you that I'm going to go knock at the people who have been doing this for decades and decades and decades and say, how can we franchise? How can we take Tsenolo properties to Gauteng, to Mpumalanga, to KZN, the Western Cape, okay? And that's just to piggyback right on the previous speaker, Vuiswa earlier said, what are we doing as a PPRA to help practitioners scale up? Because we can't bring 100,000, 10,000 learners, right, into the industry to come and do what? We first have to take care of those who have been in the sector and say, Menziki, how come you're only in Waterfall, but you're not in Mooikloof? Then we know that when we're opening it up and we're bringing new practitioners in, they've got, you will have actually practitioners that will be able to work under your franchises, right? But a topic for another day is, and I'm posing it to you, so you can go and pack it and really think about it. Do we really have to have 1 million Tenulo properties? Like individual ones, right? Can we have Kolisi's properties, Tutuka's properties, Pamela's? Do we really have to have that? Because who are we scaling up to? To really now address the issue of transformation and scaling up. And then the issue of FFC is paid in 3 months. Look, if people are owing the PPRA money, we can talk about acknowledgement of debt. And Delia, I was hoping you would take this one. Could we do that for FFCs? And I will answer, because I wouldn't want, because then that's a red tape again. Where are we expecting these new entrants to get 3,000? So that's something that is definitely worth exploring. And then on that note, colleagues, I would like to call on, I'm so rude, my panelists. Thank you so much for giving us your time. Do you have a closing remark? You want to answer the last question? Okay, no problem. And then after you, I would like to call upon the program director, and then just for closing remarks, and also the COO, so that he can, give parting remarks and thank everybody who has participated in this room. Thank you.
Thanks. So I think the gentleman who initially asked the question about the credit bureau is just left now. But I think the industry in general is going through a phase of recovery where, because of COVID, there was not a lot of economic activity, and as a result, people's credit profiles suffered. Right. So if he was here, I just want to say that there is something we've been working on in regards to whenever someone has been rejected by the banks, we've got an alternative product which they can now still get a home loan, but not in the traditional sense, where they'll still be on the title as an endorser. And that's something which we can work on. And I think it's a product we will have ready in the next 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, where all of the people who've previously been rejected can reapply to get home loans through another product we are launching. And this was only possible through collaboration. And I think that's a big thing I want to kind of drive, is that, between PPRA and you as a practitioners, there has to be that collaboration, whether it's digitization, whether it's through the conveyancing processes, but there has to be a big drive for collaboration.
They don't need us. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm advised that there was a question around whether the international people do need us as the Property Practitioners Regulatory Authority. Remember, we regulate the sector only in South Africa. If you're going to go to other quarters, like in the US, there will be additional education and training requirements that are prescribed by authorities there. So that's how far we go in terms of what we do. And it's actually focused. That's why we only focus on our land.
Thank you. Thank you, Joseph. Actually, any person who wants to practice as a practitioner in South Africa will do so under the auspices of the PPRA. Doesn't matter where you come from. You can come from Washington. You can come from London. But when you want to sell a property here in this country, you shall be subject to the regulation of the PPRA. So those people, we wonder what is it that they are doing. We would like to take a look at that. That's the case that was reported here. We should be able to take a look at it. There is no one who can undermine the legislated authority of an entity such as the PPRA in the country. So they must not mislead people.
Ladies and gentlemen, sadly we have to say goodbye, but I would like to just remind you of where we started quickly, that Rome was not built in one day, and the minister reiterated that point. This is actually the first step of the many more to come. We will invite you to sessions such as these. But I also want to leave you with this African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you really want to go far, go together. And what I'm essentially saying as I close is we're in this together. And I know I'm biased with this last two remarks. Transformation, in my view, is the way of the future. Transformation is sustainability of your businesses into the future. So with those words, I would like to call upon our COO, Dr. Soni Mangoba, to come and give the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Program Director, Honorable Minister in absentia, Chairperson of the Board, Mr. Ngobeni, Acting CEO, CEOs of the sister entities, management, staff of PPRA, esteemed industry stakeholders, good evening. Good evening, colleagues. My job is very simple here, is to thank all of you for being here, is to thank all of you for taking some time in your busy schedule to come and build this industry with all of us here. I would like to thank all of you that I've greeted here. And I would like to additionally thank CISOs for explaining their mandate to us. I would like to, on behalf of all of us, thank NHFC for also outlining their mandate to us. Thank the marketing and communication departments, both from PPRA as well as the Department of Human Settlement, the sound team, the catering team, securities that welcomed us when we came here, the ladies in the reception that showed us this venue, and all of you that asked questions, the panelists, both the first panelist as well as the second panelist, and colleagues, I will also additionally would like to say that this is not going to be the last session that we are going to have. We are going to have more of these sessions, even if the minister is not with us. With those, but I would like you to clap hands for the Master of Ceremonies. I almost forgot, colleagues. I just want to share with you. I don't know how this man does it, but every time I come into the office just before 8, he's leaving the office. When I ask him, where are you going? He says, I'm tired, I'm done working. You'll think I'm lying. And then I'll ask him, but now you are supposed to start working. Then he says, as a transformation manager, my work is not here in the office, it's out there in the industry. So he's a hardworking man and he's working towards his PhD. I'm sure you've noticed the eloquence when he talks. And that Metro FM Sunday's voice. So thank you very much, Master of Ceremony.
Throwing me under the bus.
But colleagues, I would also like you to clap hands for the chairperson of the board and the whole entire board for changing the status quo to what it is now. Please. Colleagues, I would like you to also, for having the minister that cares about us, that cares about our frustrations and the commitments that the minister has made. Can we clap hands for the minister and the acting CEO? They say dynamite comes in small packages. The whole day, you will have noticed that our acting CEO was complimented for changing the status quo and leading the organization to what it is now. Please clap hands for the acting CEO. And lastly, but not least, colleagues, if we may please clap hands for ourselves for committing to build this organization, this industry. Sorry, hence we are here. And please go well home and good evening. I thank you.
Yeah, it's been a long day, has it not been?